updated items. Static Shiv is back. Rage Blade has AP again. IE is a mythic item. There's a ton of new things to consider, and we're already
Hmm.
starting to consider them in the draft as we see the Kog'Maw ban, maybe one of the strongest champs in the meta now.
Yeah, Kog'Maw with the new items is absolutely absurd. While there hasn't been, this is a very fresh patch. There hasn't been a whole lot of ink spilled in terms of what's good and what isn't. Early impressions show that Kog'Maw is just ridiculous. With all of the on-hit items, he's absolutely crazy. And Ginsu's is pretty cracked, although there's some debate whether or not it's a good first buy or if you build it second item. But either way, not surprising to see Kog'Maw banned on red side. I would expect to see Kog banned on red side this entire series. For Exalted Gaming, we're sticking with the standard in terms of Jinx.
Other than the Kog'Maw, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Nautilus Jinx, ever present in competitive play, and that's going to be no different here as Exalted Gaming Water are going to pick that duo up.
Yeah, Exalted Gaming picking that up. It looks like we're going to have Lucian for the side of Noir. Lucian Milio is a very interesting bot lane combo. It works very similarly to how Lucian Nami works, but Milio is a very good champion. Milio is very nice, very excellent. And the Vi will get locked in, so another standard jungle pick we've been seeing a lot from last patch. Unsurprisingly, I feel like a lot of these teams are just going to stick to what they know, not really try to experiment with uh, the less than 24 hours we've had with the patch. Just stick with something normal. Amumu gets locked in, likely going to go jungle unless they flex the Nautilus mid lane like it's MSI, and we're starting second round of bans.
I definitely think that you want to keep the Nautilus into Melio matchup. Nautilus does well into Melio after level 6 because Melio's cleanse doesn't really work very well against knockups. So I'm looking to see that as the Amumu jungle for Phoenix Flare. I like the way that we've started out the draft because while it is champions that are similar to champions that already exist, I think it's also champions that are set to take advantage of the new items.
Mm-hmm.
Echoes of Helia definitely being prominently featured. I think that we'll see Storm to Bleach build that on Melio. I think
Mm-hmm.
that seeing the IE plus the now legendary version of the Kraken Slayer probably good for both of these AD carries. And I think that we're going to get a full display of how things are in this new state of League of Legends.
Yeah, we'll have to see if things have really changed. We might also see Quick Blades on Lucian. I'm not sure whether IE or Quick Blades will be better for Lucian. He's one of those champions that could go either. So we'll have to see about that. I'm interested in what Obanga will bring to the table. Cassiopeia locked in for Exalted Gaming Water. Hopium looking to play the Snake Lady. A lot of sustained DPS there. The response is the Veigar coming out from Noir here. Now, there was I don't know if you've seen the TikTok videos of Static Shiv Veigar, where he right-clicks a champion and one-shots their entire team. So that's pretty spicy. There's Garen. That's just getting hovered. Very interesting. That makes more sense. That's more of a Jolts champion. And that will be closing out Noir's roster, but we have a counter pick for top lane.
Yeah, I think that it's sometimes difficult to properly utilize the gangplank counter pick options unless you're a very high level player. I think that I've heard that Mordekaiser generally does well into him, even though he can cleanse the Death Realm. Olaf banned here, so a limit on what can be done. But instead, it's going to be is it a Cassio top flex? And that's what's standing out as the most likely possibility to me, which would make Cassio top, Nautilus mid, and Blitzcrank support.
Yeah, it is entirely possible we see the Cassio top lane. I'm not sure. It's kind of... It's really bizarre here, because that's like the only thing that makes sense, right? You're not going to send Blitzcrank jungle unless you're actually a psychopath. So it has to be the Amumu jungle. And then you gotta put Nautilus mid because Blitzcrank can't go anywhere but support. So it
Maybe
has to
not
be the
top.
Cassio top lane. Into the Gangplank. That is going to be annoying for Gangplank. However, I don't think he's too perturbed about having that. Cassio is a squishy target to just shoot with your gun over and over again. But looking at these teams right now, what can you sort of glean? What are these teams planning for us this game?
Well, I think that the formula for Exalted Gaming is very easy to determine. It's going to be looking for picks. They've got 2 hook champs. They have another champion that has a semi-hook in the bandage toss. And then they've got a ton of DPS. So what they want to do is find 1 pick and then go straight to Baron. That is
Okay.
the game plan. Very straightforward. I love the ease of execution there, but they do have to land a hook onto someone to be able to set that up, and they have to make sure not to get picked off first themselves. And for Lit Club, they're going to be looking to win out through the early stages in the bottom side of the map, probably start stacking up some Drakes, maybe have some fighting in the jungle as well. I think that Vi pretty soundly wins the 1v1 matchup between junglers, and they
Very.
should be able to get some help with push from Veigar. We're taking a look at, yep, it looks like it will be the Cassiopeia top, and I think that Veigar should have especially good push into Nautilus. So I'm looking at the bottom side of the map early game as where we want to see LCE strike.
Yeah, we're gonna hope that they can strike on the bot side of the map, and I think with where all of these items are and where the meta is kind of shaking up, bot lane has a lot of priority around it. These revamped AD carry items get ridiculous once you start getting enough of them accumulated together. You just become the win condition. So I imagine both of these teams will be putting a lot of pressure into that bot side. That is kind of why, you pick all those hook champions, is because Milio hates getting hooked. So why not just pick all of them? We should have seen a Thresh here too, Thresh top instead. But
Yeah, absolutely.
that aside, I do find these comps are definitely interesting. Just on paper, which one would you personally prefer going into this game 1 here?
Well, if I'm playing at the highest level, I think that I would prefer the Lit Club comp. I think that having the Lucian Melio is definitely something that gives you a sense of strength around that lane. Even though it's dangerous to play aggressively into Blitzcrank and Mumu, I think that they still should be able to get prio when they need it. And I think that Gangplank is going to be difficult to punish in the early game. I haven't seen a lot of the Gangplank versus Cassio matchup, but I feel like all 3 lanes could be argued to be winning for Lit Club, and it's difficult to fight against 3 winning lanes. So it's going to take a little bit of some shaking things up here, I think, for Exalted Gaming if they want to be able to keep it close in the early game. Maybe some roams are going to have to come out.
Yeah, see some roams. That's one of the things Nautilus is really good at, trying to get those side lanes ahead, trying to play aggressively, and really just throw a wrench into whatever Noir has planned. But I would agree with you. I do think that in terms of LCE's comp, they have a lot of different they have a lot of different areas of power. It's not just centralized into 1 or 2 players, because the problem when you centralize all your power into 1 or 2 players is if one of those 2 players dies, it is game over for your team composition. So if one of Jinx or Cassio falls behind, it will be very difficult for Exalted Gaming to pull this through. But with that said, we're going to go ahead and go to a quick break while we wait for the spectator delay. When we come back, we'll be on the rift for Game 1 of this Best of 5 series between LCE Noir and Exalted Gaming Water. Stick around. We'll have the League of Legends action coming at you after a quick break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back onto the Rift here for game one of our series here between LCE Noir and Exalted Gaming Water. LCE on the blue side, Exalted Gaming on red, and we're seeing a little bit of a cheeky invade, not too unexpected with Blitzcrank, but they are walking over a ward, so we all are aware of what's happening. And on the top side of the map, looks like Jolts and Ida are walking in to maybe get a ward, maybe go for a steal. Not entirely sure what they're planning right now, but Vision will get placed down by Exalted Gaming. They will know where Ida is on the map and where he's starting.
I would like to see some level of invade. It doesn't look like we're going to see a level 1 from Itaconic, but we could see at like level 3, 4 try to go across the map. There's going to be vision from both sides on where the enemy jungler is starting, and they probably both know each other have vision as well, so I think it's
Hmm.
probably going to turn into a gank as opposed to an invade, but I do think that there should be some action in the early stages here.
Yeah, we should expect to see a little bit of action here in the early stages, especially the Vi in particular loves to get those early ganks off. Maybe less the Amumu, he kind of wants to actually have all of his spells before he looks to skirmish, but Vi does not care. Vi will fight you with Jess Punch, and she will probably kill you, to be honest, but we'll see what these junglers are planning right now. Looking at sort of where we're starting at in terms of maybe runes on this new patch. It looks like Obongo has gone for the first strike on Lucian here, looking for that big damage, big just power in lane, looking to dominate this lane and carry it out further into the game.
Definitely tells me that the objective here for the LCE side is to win through bot lane early on. They're not going to try to shred through the front line later on in the game with something like press the attack that's going to scale up better. They want to be ahead and use that advantage to be able to put out more damage. There's help coming through in the fact that Vi can shred the armor if she lands a good punch, but I do think that if we get into the late stages of the game, it's still going to start to become a problem that Obongo doesn't have quite enough DPS, and no one else on the team really does either. It's a whole lot
Mhm.
of bursts coming through.
Yeah, a lot of burst will be coming through at some point. I will say, I do find it. I actually didn't realize until I started watching Veigar, click people with abilities. I was like, wait a second. Veigar just gets free AP. The Nautilus in mid lane is just like a stick that Veigar beats AP out of in the laning phase here, because it's so easy to just land your Qs, and each Q you hit is +1 AP in the books. Like, it's gonna be very easy for Frozen Forever here to get stacked up on the Veigar. So I'm excited to see whether or not that will pay off. In the top lane, Jolt is having a lot of trouble. And it looks like we have a gank right here. Frozen's going to get rooted up, going to get stunned up, and he is just going to not even bother to flash. He knows his life is forfeit, as Phoenix will get first blood on the board for Exalted Gaming.
Yeah, one of the things to consider here for Phoenix is that there's a whole lot of gank setup available, so it should be pretty easy to go to multiple different lanes. Pretty much every lane has a good opportunity to walk up, find a bandage toss, have the teammate come through with some CC, and just go for the all-in kill there. That time it was actually set up with the hook landing first from Hopium,
Ooh,
and Phoenix
Jolts.
players on the attack.
Yeah, Jolts is in a bit of danger right now. He's going to get dove right now, but he'll go for the flash. Jolts will attempt to get away. Nearly trades 1-for-1 there, but Phoenix Flare walks out of range, and that is just going to be another easy kill picked up by the Amumu. Phoenix Flare getting a ton done right now, but Itaconic may have found something, but the Ghost from Cardinal will keep him safe for the time being. And yeah, no real trades here coming from Itaconic. He's very slow on the map right now. Not really what we've expected. Looking at how these teams have played, not really what you'd expect from a Vi in particular. Just the kind of slow gameplay. It looks like he just oh Nautilus. Oh my goodness. Oh geez.
So
And okay. Okay. Flash is going to get blown there by Andy the Legend. Will not hit Frozen, so he will stay alive. Okay. You're dropping the okay, thumbs up. And Blitzcrank will walk himself back to the bot lane.
Perfectly fine going for that play. You at least hope to get the summoner spell out, and if the hook lands, it's a kill. Could be a kill anyways.
Oh my goodness. Hopium is trying to get a dive there, but he doesn't have any damage. He's Nautilus. Like, that was quite a bit of damage there, but Veigar can just trades back. Oh, geez.
Yep, no damage items coming through just yet either. Could have been taking corrupting potion there. Maybe thought that that was the angle, but it sure appears not to have been. Going to be the first kill of the game, going the way of Lit Club Esports Noir. They're going to look to build off of
Oh
that
my god.
mid lane.
Hopium might actually be dying again. The Riptide does pick up the kill on the back there. Frozen staying to try and save his wave and getting punished.
Going to be forced to come back to lane with the long walk because no teleport, and Idaconic coming to the mid lane. Going to be in a bad spot as well. Going to have to flash away there. Wasn't able to complete the Drake either, so going to be a little bit of a slow advancement of the game state. But right now, it's going pretty well for Exalted Gaming. Water up over 1,000 gold.
Yeah, over 1,000 gold right now for the team as they are slowly building a lead. Jolt's in a lot of trouble, down 20 CS into the Cassiopeia. This matchup has been brutal for this guy, and now Phoenix Flare has just found Edaconic in the jungle. The Crab gets secured by the Amumu, and Vi will get taken down. It is just looking disastrous in this early game right now for LCE. Hopefully they can start turning it back around, or Exalted Gaming are just going to run away with this.
Phoenix Flare off to a great start, 3-0-0 on the Amumu. Has been taking all of the resources, going more towards a tank build, not just like a first item, Demonic Embrace or anything like that. We're going to try to survive the burst and become just an unstoppable force. Right now, Hopium continuing to be aggressive in the mid lane, making sure to not be just an obelisk of stat for the Veigar, and doing a decent job of it. Pretty much even on CS, gonna be different uses throughout the game for these two players. And with the fact that we're seeing its Negatron cloak actually being locked in for Hopium, I don't think it's going to be the AP Nautilus build. It's just tank.
Ooh, Jolts is likely going to die here. We'll have to see if Ida can trade back. Here comes the Assault and Battery, just going to punch down Edaconic, and that will, well, Edaconic's going to punch down Cartna, and Cartna will get traded back, but Jolts will fall first. And Cartna, well, maybe not super happy about that, will accept the trade. And it looks like Edaconic might actually be in a bit of danger. Phoenix Flare is waiting in the wings in the little corner bush there, but will just take the recall with the Empowered from the Herald, which they picked up not too long ago.
They remembered there after just a second of thinking that none of them are building damage, and without a damage dealer, it's hard to get a dive off, especially onto a Vi. Actually, I just taken notice that Edaconic has gone lethal tempo on the Vi, so that actually helps make up for some of the lack of DPS that's going to come out from Obongo. Essence Reaver now complete for Obongo, so that's a pretty big power spike. I'm assuming that we're going to see a return to the Drake area pretty soon from this Lit Club side, but they have continued to be behind in most of the areas of the map. Rift Herald now secured by Exalted Gaming. Phoenix Flare going to look to drop that and continue to extend the lead.
Yeah, and something I want to bring up here, because while we've got a little bit of time before this Drake fight, is while we were talking a lot about AD carry items and how much those were impacted, one of the bigger changes is that a few tank items got adjusted as well, and support items in particular, things that Nautilus likes to build, got everything pretty much across the board is cheaper if you're a tank support. So I would not be too surprised to see maybe an Abyssal Mask coming in from Hopium, that I would imagine maybe even what they're building first here in the mid lane is that Abyssal Mask. But we'll have to see what else they can bring to the table. Jolts is going to be looking for a fight in the top side with Cartna, looking to drop the barrels. They'll get flashed. Jolts is going to flash over the Q from Cassio. The poison ticks for no one as Jolts is turning the top lane back around.
Yeah, fell pretty far behind early on, but doing a good job there with the outplay. Gonna make sure to flash into range as well of landing the passive auto attack. Get some of that flames onto the enemy
Well,
top laner. Hopium going in.
yeah, this is just going to be likely a dead Frozen Forever. He does attempt to go for the flash to get out, but Phoenix Flare will respond with a flash of his own. That's 2 flashes for 1 in the mid lane, but Frozen Forever will get taken down. Now we could see a response from Ida and Obongo coming in here as the Herald will get dropped. Ida will punch in, but he'll get exhausted immediately. He's going for the Assault and Battery onto Hopium as Obongo's going to dash in to just try and clean it up. The Enemy's going to be punching in on these tanks, and these tanks don't have enough heat to stop the Vi, and Ida Conic will pick up 2 kills here. Andy the Legend just going to try and escape right now as Obongo is firing those piercing light, those shots of pure justice being rained down, and Andy the Legend will just look to try and execute or at least give the kill over to Storm the Bleach. But instead, we'll decide to give over to Obongo. What a good friend. What a pal, you know. Could have given it to the Milio, but made sure that Obongo got the kill he deserved.
Yeah, I think that he was trying to execute. Didn't have the timer on that. Wasn't quite ready yet. That's fine. Just trying to make the play whatever it's going to be. But the real issue is that in the mid lane fight, it was just the 3 tanks all grouped up, and when there's no damage coming back the other way, that gives the enemy enough time to keep firing away. Gonna be plenty of opportunity now, especially with the Black Cleaver having been completed on the back end of that for Idaconic. That's going to mean there needs to be some source of damage whenever a fight breaks out for the side of Exalted Gaming Water.
Ooh, Ida dips away from the hook from the Nautilus there. Nautilus also doesn't land a dredge line onto the wall, so doesn't make a faulty engage, which happens a lot when you play Nautilus. Sometimes you just accidentally clip a wall and find yourself in a terrible situation. Ask me how I know. That aside, just kind of slowing down a little bit right here. These trades in the top lane as the Gangplank is getting levels are ending up to become really beneficial for Jolts rather than Cardinal. And oh my goodness, Frozen Forever, he's getting the treatment this game, but this time Idaconic is waiting in the wings to potentially respond. And yeah, there are enough members here that Exalted Gaming know that this play will not pan out, and they will make a Blitzcrank hook and then walk away.
Frozen now holds the namesake item, though, of the Everfrost to make sure that if the hook comes in, then there's going to be a punishment on the back end. Everfrost is really nice on Veigar because you can either land the cage around someone first and pretty much guarantee that your Everfrost root is going to hit, or you can land the root first and give your cage time to come up for the follow-up stun. So whatever the case, diving in onto Frozen Forever is a dangerous task.
Oh my goodness. That is a lot of damage coming out from the Lucian right there. First strike with that Essence Reaver, just putting the pain in on Andy the Legend. As we start to see this bot lane accelerate just a little bit as the Lucian has quite a bit of gold. Frozen Forever still stacking quite a lot in the mid lane. He is at 128 right now on his AP, and a lot of that, because he only has the 1 takedown, is entirely from just clicking buttons on to Nautilus. And that is going to pay dividends for LCE as the game continues to tick onward. Ida is actually going to get hooked in. The tower is already on top of this Vi right now, putting in the pain. The ultimate from the Nautilus will come in. The Abyssal Dive. That's Tom Kench. Hopium looking to keep going in potentially on this play as Spiritless is just autoing these minions, trying to clear them out. Here comes the dredge line. Does not land. Obongo dips away. And that was a 1-for-1 trade in the bot side, but yeah, that's really kind of about it. You know, not a whole lot is going to amount from it.
Yeah, but I think that when you're on the side of Exalted Gaming Water here, you're really hoping that you're getting these kills onto the Jinx, and this kill well, not going to quite be a kill, but
Hmm.
all that damage going on to the Jinx is not what they're looking for. So, unfortunately, just an assist for Spiritless. Still trying to scale into this game. Doing a pretty decent job of CSing. Going to be picking up Stormrazor, an item that we haven't heard from in quite a while, but maybe feeling good off of the back end of the changes.
Yeah, feeling good off of those changes. Ooh, fancy footwork from Frozen there in the mid lane. Dodging out all those hooks, putting the cage down, keeping himself safe. And oh no! That is unfortunate. Blitzcrank will go down, but Phoenix Flare is actually going to potentially look for a fight right here. Another skill shot gets dodged as Frozen, he's got his dancing shoes on. He is not getting tagged by any more of these hooks. He ate enough of them in the early game. He is not hungry anymore.
Gonna be enjoying the outplay there, dropping the ultimate to finish off the kill onto Andy, and pretty well done. Gonna be able to stay up in the lane now, and it's gonna be harder and harder to deal with Frozen Forever as the game continues, because I think that there's gonna be some tankiness to the build. Gonna be Seraphs coming in pretty soon that's going to have that shield. It's going to be a lot of things to help deal with some of this pick potential, and his damage just keeps on going up. I think that the Vagar passive stacks off of killing minions with the abilities too,
Ooh.
so not completely just off of poking, but now
All
we
right, we're
got
gonna
to
have a
fight.
fight, right? Breaking out right now. Phoenix Flare is gonna get two down with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but Edaconic's gonna flash over the wall to keep himself safe. Spiritless can't get any autos right now, and Phoenix Flare gonna do what they can, but they are only one Amumu, and this Amumu does not have a lot of pain in the tank. The Jinx ulti will fire, the Super Mega Death Rocket will go down, the Abyssal Charge will pick up a kill, but it is only one. Jinx did get the reset though. She's gonna be looking to try and fire, but she has no vision, she has no range, she cannot get in on this play right now. Hopium gonna try and clean up as best as they can with this Nautilus damage, but Nautilus is not a DPS no more, and especially with that Abyssal Mask, he's not going to be looking for anything. Obongo trying to just get some pot shots into the Jinx to clean up the last kill there, but will not be completed, but that is okay. And now Jolt on the top side is going to be flashing forward. He's going to absolutely brutalize the snake there, turning Carton into a nice pair of leather booties. What a turnaround.
Gonna be able to find the counterplay in the fight. Nice job wiggling the ultimate to make sure not to get stunned up there, and that's all that needed to come through. Jolt with another kill in the top lane, and at this point in the game, feeling very strong in that side lane. I think that a lot of the turnabout came through when we see these first two items picked up in the Merc Treads and the Hex Drinker. The two small items, not the two full items. But that's all you need to have the resistance necessary to withstand some of that burst coming out from Cartana. Going to be a good play here coming out from Exalted Gaming Water, putting down the Rift Herald mid, picking up the tower, and trying to turn onto the Drake. The Drakes haven't been stacked quickly, which is the one thing that's going to allow more time for Exalted Gaming to stay alive, but they're going to have to deal with the fact that instead of extending their gold lead, they've now fallen behind by about 4,000.
Yeah, they've fallen behind by 4,000 here. And a couple of things to note, looking at some items here, we have the Radiant Virtue completed for the Amumu going in on that. It is slightly weaker in terms of its defensive profile, but it is cheaper, so he could afford that along with his Sunfire, so that is definitely good for him. Gangplank going for the Triforce in top lane. Sometimes you in the past you saw quite a bit of Prowler's Claw, but Prowler's Claw got adjusted quite significantly. So not too surprising to see the Prowler's Claw being dropped from the build and instead going for a Triforce instead. We have the Navoris getting completed by Obongo. We have the Moonstone completed by Storm Bleach. Looking to go from Chalice into something. I think that's going to be Redemption next, if I remember correctly. But yeah, items are getting completed on both teams here. Pretty big power points are being found here, so we'll just have to see if this Jinx what we're looking at in particular, right? Jinx and Cassio.
One thing that I'm noting here is that with the double Radiant Virtue, I'm expecting there to be a lot of healing within the fights for the entire team of Exalted Gaming. But the problem is that right now they're not able to stand up very easily to the burst. So that's the main issue that they're dealing with, and healing doesn't help against burst. So
Hmm.
they're going to continue to struggle in team fights unless they can land some of these picks that they're looking for a little bit more effectively. So they need to be aware of that, and if they're ever in a position where they're just going in an honest, straight up 5v5, they got to run away from that because they will not come out on top.
Yeah, they're gonna have to play a little dishonest. You know, in lobby chat, I was talking. I want to see a good, clean game. But right now, Exalted Gaming, they gotta play a little dirty. They gotta try and find something a little cheesy, a little sneaky. Maybe look for a couple of hooks, land that CC chain, and blow somebody up with Jinx auto attacks or just Cassio sustain damage. But just right now, the damage is really low on the side of Exalted Gaming. We're still waiting on this Jinx to get her Infinity Edge is what I imagine she's going for here. We're still waiting on Cassio to get a third item before we really see these characters come online. So it's really just a matter of can they buy themselves time. Baron is going to get started here around the top side of the map. There is a blast cone open. Did not get popped. They are aware this is happening. Phoenix Flare is going to be looking to go in. He right clicks the gate. He goes in. He's going to try. Get a Curse of the Sad Mummy. It lands on 3. He gets stolen. Edaconic Smite does not go through as always, but he's going to pick up
Away!
2 kills on the back. The steal goes through from Phoenix Flare. Ida, you got to be better than that if you want to stay, if you want to try and secure the game, but it's only the Baron getting stolen, and the rest of the play goes well for Lit Club.
Nice job there by Phoenix Flare getting into the pit, waiting out actually, and getting Storm to Bleach to put down the cleanse before actually landing the Curse of the Sad Mummy. So by being patient there, that resulted in more stuns coming through and allowed Phoenix Flare to be in the pit long enough to smite away that Baron. And with that steal, that's going to buy a lot more time. I don't think that it's going to be enough to allow Exalted Gaming to push forward because I think they still just get smacked around if they ever get in a confrontation. So I don't think that it's going to allow them to get any towers, but they can at least try to come into the area of this Drake. I believe that they've got 3 of their Baron buffs left and try to push out a side lane while it comes up, and that's what they're doing here with Hopium in the top lane. Teleport available.
Yeah, the split push Nautilus is a very bold move, you know, stylistic and bold, but it is kind of what they're looking for right now, you know, getting that pressure on the side lanes, doing what they can. Next Drake coming up in about 30 seconds. This will be our next fight. And we have 4 on bot side. Nautilus on top does have the TP. So we'll see what he can do with that. There are wards right now, have not been cleared yet. No sweepers are up. Another change reminds me, sweeper has 2 charges now. Very exciting. The trinket overall, like the individual sweepers are worse, but you do have 2 charges. So that's cool. That's always good.
Yeah,
But
they just
yeah,
don't last as long, correct?
yeah, it's 6 seconds instead of 10, and the cooldown between charges is longer. But you know, you store 2 of them, so across multiple players, these sweepers are going to be more effective as the game goes on. The Farsight Orb also got buffed as well. Reveals around walls, and once it gets spotted, it has like a Ghost Poro-like effect where it will explode if it's not auto-attacked in time and reveal a lot of extra vision. So,
Mm,
couple
that's
of things to
pretty
note.
nice.
Couple of things to note in terms of that if you've not read the patch notes, which is understandable. They are pretty meaty patch, especially to play an important series like this on. Once again, this is quarterfinals of the VRS. So these teams are fighting for their lives. No elimination bracket. You gotta win 3 if you want to keep going. And both of these teams just right now, the Barons slowed the game down a little bit to buy, which is good because Jinx and Cassio need more time.
Yep, still have plenty of opportunity to scale up, and Jinx and Cassio both pretty good at wave clearing, even against Baron, should they have to. So that at least will allow them to farm up for a while longer, try to get closer to being back in the game. Buy more time as well to look for picks. which is what they really need to be able to find to get themselves in a good spot, unless the game goes like 45 plus minutes. Uh, I think that's where we will see them going towards. They need to set up good vision, though, to allow themselves to do that. And right now, they've got a few wards around the mid lane, but that's pretty much it. They don't have a whole lot of vision in their jungle. They could be under threat of getting picked. On the other side, I see now that Storm to Bleach has built a Mikhail's, and
Hmm.
it seems like it's a bad situation if you're Emilio and you also have to build Mikhail's.
I think it's pretty understandable considering just how much CC is on the table. Milia ulti, it's pretty long cooldown. It doesn't do a whole lot, and Mikhail's also did get its healing increased. So the extra health you get from that Mikhail's did go up. The item also got some adjusted stats. It doesn't have MR anymore, but it is cheaper like every other support item, and it is just a smidgen stronger in the stats that it does have. So it's one of those little support item changes. I don't think it's too bad in this game to have the Mikhails on the Milio, especially considering you really want to keep your AD carry alive. And we do see Obongo going for the Lord Doms as his third item, his tank busting item of choice. We might even see him pick up another one, honestly. I don't think that'd be too bad of an idea.
Double Lord Doms. That's
Well,
pretty.
not double Lord Doms, but like Lord Doms and Kraken.
Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely agree with that. I was gonna say it's pretty spicy for double Lord Doms. I honestly would like a Guardian Angel right now for
Mhm.
Obongo because I think that Lucian's got pretty good options out of Revive, and that's the oppressive thing to do when you're ahead is build luxury defensive items.
Mhm.
But at the same time, picking up more damage just to make sure that you're able to continue killing this front line off, not a bad call either.
Yeah, not a terrible call. We do see the Thornmail get completed on the Amumu. We also have a Sunfire getting completed on Hopium. I believe he completed that a little bit earlier in the game. So, just checking in on some of these items. Cassio now at 3 items with the Rylai's. Uh, here's some sauce. Unless there's an engage right here, I'm gonna drop a little bit of sauce on the table. Mandate, Imperial Mandate got pretty much flat damage buffs, and we're actually gonna see a fight right now. Can't talk about my favorite item, Imperial Mandate, and never mind. So Imperial Mandate. Do you like the item?
It's pretty decent. I think that originally it was kind of like trying to fill the void of not having Athenes anymore. But now
Mm-hmm.
that Echoes of Helia is here, the Echoes of Helia into Imperial Mandate combo, like that a lot. I'm a Lux one trick for anyone who doesn't already know
Oh
that.
yeah.
So definitely feeling good about the item changes right now.
Yeah, well, that's all right. I hear that the CEO of the Lit Club is also a Lux One Trick, so you're in good company with this team. That aside, the mandate. Granted, this is just like theory, right? Mandate's really cheap, and its damage in terms of its effect got boosted across the board. So it is if you're kind of struggling to get gold, it's a pretty decent power spike. And when you have the Rylai's, it's not a terrible idea. The kind of problem is that we definitely need to see Cassio have more damage. But, one of those things to think about. We're trading Dragon for Baron right now as Ida's going to arrive. Will Ida get an Idaconic Smite? No, he will not. As Amumu once again will win the Smite fight, but the actual fight's going to continue. Obongo's on the bot side of the map, so it's going to be, oh my goodness! That petrifying gaze is keeping the entirety of Noir stone-faced right here as Frozen Forever tries to trade back as best as he can, taking one down with him. That is 3 dropping on the top side as Obongo picks up the third Drake, but it's a third Drake for what?
Third Drake for 5 minutes from now, I suppose. But for the next 2.5, it's going to be an opportunity to take back control of this game as the gold has equalized. Tier 2 tower now under fire, and the 4-man squad rolling up towards the base of Lit Club. We'll see how far they can go. Exalted Gaming Water trying to turn this game around.
Exalted Gaming Water with the second Baron they've picked up. The first one was a little dishonest. This one was very much an honest one. and they're looking to make the most of it. Opongo does so much damage, though. They're going to look
Gotta
to
get
try and
out
stop the
somehow.
recalls right here as Itaconix going to keep going forward. Does have a lot of HP in his pocket right now, but the slows from Casio are enough to keep him at bay as Exalted Gaming walk away with their lives in a whole skin, but don't get any other objectives on the Lit Club side of the map.
They were fortunate that Edaconic wasn't able to get into range of cease and desist onto Cartana, because I think that if there's an opportunity to go straight into the back line, blow up the Casio, then the cleanup should be pretty easy theoretically. At the same time, though, able to walk it out, able to buy enough space with the miasma, and that's all you need to do. It's not a problem what could have happened, because it's not what did happen. Gonna look to continue pushing forward. One more minute of the Baron buff. I'd like to see a 5-man push towards bot side, but it doesn't appear that we're going to see that. There's a few more turrets standing, which when you have the Baron are just standing gold for you.
Yep.
But trying to just clear out the jungle, make sure that they have opportunity to cover all of their waves, and soak in the advantage of being up 2 tier 2 towers, which is giving them the gold lead.
Yeah, game is incredibly close right now. Less than 1,000 gold separates these two teams, but like you said, there is a lot of standing gold here on the map for Exalted Gaming. They have those two bot side turrets still up. Baron going to disappear before they can really make a play for it, though. Frozen Forever is kind of on his lonesome out far on the map. Does have some vision, but he doesn't have a whole lot of backup. He could be a target if they discover him sitting around there. But that aside, 2 minutes on the next Drake. That'll be the next major fight here, unless the fight around Veigar is going to be the most important one. Dropping meteors. AP check. AP check. Clicking Veigar's AP. Ba ba ba. It's 330 plus 330. Pretty decent. Definitely a little slowed down from his early game where he just got to beat Nautilus into dirt. Hopium gonna get found in the jungle right now, but Frozen Forever is gonna be the target right now as Jinx is gonna be able to free fire onto this Veigar. That's gonna be one reset here for Spiritless. Here comes the Petrifying Gaze, but it doesn't land onto anyone right now, and Jolt's gonna get a barrel chain, but it's not a very effective one, as the rest of Exalted Gaming are tanky enough to survive. Jolt's gonna get hooked back in right now. The slows are gonna land, the slows are gonna chain, and this is going to be a dead Gangplank as Phoenix Flare picks up that kill. Now Cartana with the Ghost is gonna keep going forward, keep pushing this damage with a 2 damage comp. You gotta keep your carries alive, and Exalted Gaming are doing just that.
They've managed to put themselves in the spot where even though they don't have Baron anymore, they're starting to threaten towards the Nexus. They may just go for the end right here, Becky.
And you gotta think about earlier in the game, where this turn around is when they lost, Noir lost that Baron to the flip. We do have an engage right here as the hook goes through, the dredge line goes out, the abyssal, not the dredge, the move, the secret technique, the depth charge. That's the move. I love Nautilus. Nautilus is like my most played champion. I just couldn't think of his ability. And I keep thinking of Abyssal Dive, because he's a man from the abyss. But that is Tom Kench. That is Tom Kench Ultimate, or Tom Kench E now. Wait, no.
W,
Wait.
but close.
Man.
Oh, Blade of the Ruined King. Obongo has Blade of the Ruined King. Let's look at that.
We were talking about that a little. You were talking about that, not we. You were talking about that as a potential option here on the Lucian. So we do have the Blade of the Ruined King picked up. So that is their lifesteal option of choice. And this could be the final fight around this Drake, because Jolts is going to get hooked up, but he's going to be just walking away as the carries cannot get in range. Now Obongo's going to be the target right here on the backside. Edaconic's going to go for the Assault and Battery, but will not land. That's going to be a ultimate from Phoenix Flare, but he's taking quite a lot of pain right now. Obongo's going to get the shutdown. He's going to try and blow up Cartana as best as he can. Milio providing a lot of support, but not enough to keep Obongo alive. Frozen Forever is going to walk through, keep Andy the Legend down. Andy the Legend walking into that cage, and he's going to die, but Cartana is going to be alive right here. Another cage going down. Hopium is going to drop the pain. The burn lands. The Nautilus anchor weighs down on the tiny Master of Evil as Exalted Gaming pick up an ace and their next Drake of the game. And man, this is so close.
Well, if you look at the gold, it doesn't seem quite as close. It's a 5,000 gold lead now in terms of in favor of Exalted Gaming Water. They're going to be able to delay the potential soul for 5 more minutes, just trying to push forward with their strong grouping comp. Their team fight really showed through there. Cartana had a fantastic 4-man petrifying gaze, going to be able to freeze them up. Was able to finally find a moment where all of Lit Club Esports Noir was looking forward instead of turning away. They've done a good job of wiggling those ultimates so far this game, but one time may end up being one too many, and even though the fight ended up being close, it means that both objectives going over as the Baron is now claimed, and Edaconic having to do a nifty dodge there to get out of the hook.
Yeah, that is going to be the Baron going down. Lit Club stuck on the bot side of the map. Weren't able to even think about responding to that Baron. This is the 3rd Baron for Exalted Gaming. You have to wonder, could be the last one. It's frozen forever. Like the start of the game, he may be the one getting caught out first, and he does get hooked up. He gets hooked again, and he is the first to go down. Frozen forever. You've certainly gotten hooked forever this game. I am very interested in that, but as the fight continues here, they're going to try and make a base defense as one Nexus turret will fall, and the Nexus is exposed. Jolt is going to be trying to go for a one-shot onto the Jinx. Jinx is running for the hills, but the exhaust is going to drop into Jolt, and he is not going to be able to get in range. The CC lands, the peel is good, and Spiritless stays alive, going for those rockets there. They're certainly blaring. The red glare of the Jinx rockets will blind LCD Noir and take them down in game 1.
Nice clean closeout there at the end. Multiple good team fights in a row coming through from Exalted Gaming Water. They're able to finish off the Nexus off of just one pick. They CC chain Frozen Forever all the way down, and they are just too tanky. They have the front line to go with it. They've got the Locket to give them shields. They've got the Gargoyle Stone Plate to give them shields. They did a great job of amplifying their resistances by augmenting it with shields to be able to increase their HP as well. And that made the front line pretty much unkillable from ahead. Well done there on the execution at the end of the game, but it was a back and forth one, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot more fight coming out of Lit Club Esports Noir. I think we've got a good series on our hands, Becky.
Yeah, we definitely are going to have an exciting one here. Lit Club, to be quite honest, I'm going to be transparent here with you in the audience. I do know these players. I play on a draft team with Frozen Forever and Obongo, so I'm familiar with how these two play, and I gotta say, that's exactly what I expect from Frozen Forever in some games. It's just getting the treatment in the early game and sort of becoming it becomes a problem as the game goes on. But the entirety of Lit Club as well. They did what they could. They did quite a bit of damage. Those fights often looked pretty close, but the meatballs on the side of Exalted Gaming were just too large. Like you said, those health bars are too big. The shields are too big from the Locket, which also got buffed, by the way. All of that just meat was too much for a singular Lucian to peel through. And yeah, it was just Exalted Gaming utilizing their win conditions to the best of their ability. So with that said, we're going to be going to a quick break. When we come back, we will be in draft for game 2. Can Lit Club turn it around in our second game here, tie up the series, or will Exalted Gaming find themselves in match point after this next game? We'll have to see once we get in the draft for game 2. So stick around. It's going to be interesting. Welcome back, everybody, here for the Victorious Rival Series quarterfinal matchup between Lit Club Esports Noir and Exalted Gaming Water. Exalted Gaming are up 1-0 on the series, and Lit Club looking to try and fire back here and tie it up. Bans looking very similar to what we saw in the draft for Game 1, although it looks like the Nautilus might get taken out here, and yeah, it will, in fact, get taken away. Nautilus, quite a menace in that first game, so not too surprising to see it drop.
Yeah, that means Sejuani is going to be allowed up, and the first pick also going to change. I think that based off of seeing the Jinx here, it may have been the case that Lit Club was hoping to get Jinx Melio as a duo. So we'll see if they end up locking in Melio later on. But Exalted Gaming Water have a chance to steal him away. Gonna lock in the Sivir as the response. Just double hyperscalers in the bot lane. Sivir should have advantage in the early game, but I guess it does come more down to what the support matchup is as opposed to having the AD carries dictate who's going to be stronger early on.
All right, and we see the Maokai Udyr being the jungle matchup here unless they decide to flex the Maokai into a different role. Victor will get locked in for Frozen in the mid lane, one of Frozen's main champs in solo queue, so not too surprising to see that get picked up since it is available right now. Support will likely get pinched in the second round of bans, but that is not so bad. Udyr as well is one of Edeconic's best and most played champions, so a lot of comfort right now on the side of Noir. Meanwhile, the Maokai is quite good, and that's going to be a Pantheon. Still technically a flex option, but it's been mostly played in the mid lane, and it has a very good matchup into the Victor.
Definitely something to keep an eye out for. A lot of flexibility here in Exalted Gaming's draft. I think more so than Lit Clubs. They have the possibility of flexing Udyr top, but as you're saying, we're likely expecting Edeconic to play it. And that means that for Exalted Gaming, they have a lot more of an ability to adapt and respond to what we see coming out from Lit Club in the remainder of the draft. And that was some value for them in the last game, able to pick up the Blitzcrank on R5, able to turn that into a complete pick comp. And while it did take them a while to get to that spot, they were able to get there. And once they did, they looked like a very strong team to go against. So I think that they'll have an opportunity to try to do the same type of thing within this draft.
Yeah, maybe do a little bit of the same there. In terms of bans, kind of as expected, Exalted Gaming have pinched a couple of those great partners for the Jinx, and meanwhile, LCE is trying to clear a path for Jolts, taking out that Cassio who caused so many troubles in the early game, sort of stopped the momentum Gangplank could get, even though Jolts fought back pretty valiantly in that lane, and of course, taking out Malphite, because Malphite's stupid. He's just a dumb champion. Alistar will get picked up to go with the Sivir. This sort of folds their hand right here and reveals at least that the Maokai is not going to be in the support role, and the Alistar will go down there as well. And it looks like Lit Club for their top lane, they're just going to go with the Ornn for Jolts. Not something you typically expect out of Jolts as a player, but definitely something that is good on the patch. The items are good for Ornn. The Ornn items, just in general, are pretty nuts. Especially where there are a lot of new ones on the table, a lot of adjustments being made to the old ones. Just more effective there. And now as they think about their support, they go for Zyra.
Interesting pick in the Zyra. I want to get this out before we get any further. This is a Kayle angle. You lock in Kayle here if you're Exalted Gaming Water. I saw Cartana play a mage character last game, so I think that Kayle and Cassio are pretty similar. Now I will talk about the fact that Zyra has appeared in our draft. There is a great AoE option for Lit Club Esports. If they're able to get into the later stages of the game, if they're able to force a fight in the choke point, they have a very strong AoE wombo combo that they're going to be looking to put out here. But they do need to get to that spot on at least an even playing field. And they also need to be able to force that fight, which means that they need to either have a lot of prio over the Baron, or they need to start stacking Drakes early on. So this is going to be a difficult win condition to go towards, but it's still a definitive win condition for Lit Club. That said, with the way Exalted played last game, I think that locking in that Kayle is going to just about make it a very in their hands right out of the get-go. It's not like a situation where they need to jump out to a big early lead to be able to have the advantage. They just have the advantage right now, and it's theirs to throw away, in my opinion.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not a huge fan of the Zyra here with the rest of what Lit Club has, because already with Udyr and Victor, the enemies are kind of incentivized to build MR, and with Zyra on the table as well, that just makes this the easiest, MR purchases of your entire life. You aren't really too concerned about the Jinx, especially because of how many AD items also picked up magic damage as well. You're going to be cutting a little bit of that Jinx's damage if she ends up opting into any of those adjusted AD carry items. So at the end of the day, it's like MR is huge for these tanks right now, and Maokai already loved to go the Abyssal Mask first. He does not get mana with it anymore. The Eternity passive is gone, but I'm sure he will not mind. Alistar as well probably could opt into it, or a similar sort of item if he wanted to. So I'm not too thrilled about the Zyra. I understand in theory it creates just impossible choke points to maneuver through. If Lit Club gets to an objective first, they probably win. They probably can keep Exalted Gaming out. But if Exalted Gaming get the drop on any sort of objective, I think Exalted Gaming have stronger fights, especially once Kayle hits those item power spikes.
Going to be very important for Storm to Bleach to have a strong early game here on the Zyra to be able to support the reasoning of picking her up. I think that there's pretty decent gank set up across the board for Lit Club, so they may be looking to have aggressive attacking of the lanes from Edaconic. Maybe even a little bit of roams coming out from Frozen Forever. Victor not known for his roaming, but if you got to do that to win the game, then that's what you got to do. Going to be difficult to match after level 6. Well, Hopium will have this Pantheon and will be able to just drop ulti and get straight into those side lanes.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that will be what happens. Of course, TP got changed, so likely Frozen Forever will be opting into taking that TP on the Victor. So TP is now unleashed at 10 minutes, so that is a pretty significant buff to the Summoner spell, and it'll allow the Victor to better match the Pantheon ultis on the side lanes. Not perfectly, but it is at least a little bit better for the Victor to be able to do that. With that said, just I'm not sure if you really confirmed which comp you preferred better, so just drop it on the table. Just very plainly, which comp do you like?
I like Exalted Gaming Waters comp.
I might have to agree. I might have to agree with that, and we'll have to see if it will pan out for Exalt. If for Lit Club here, the decisions they made in draft, or if Exalted Gaming can utilize their powerful tools they have, these incredibly good hyperscaling options to win themselves a game 2 and get them into match point position. We're gonna go to a quick break while we wait for the spectator delay. Stick around. We're gonna have this exciting game 2 coming at you right after some music. Enjoy it.
In this gothic underground city, we all sin. If I bring a couple rounds with me, then we all win. I came back and brought the crown with me. The king's king. Break your nexus and your neck, cause everybody's on your head. Just like kick your butt, go run amok, then paint my nails. Never learned to raise my hand, was too busy raising hell. Everything I know I am, you should go and save yourself. Thought you had my number, huh? Congratulations, played yourself. Underground utopia, dynasties and dystopia. Fear is never an option, so time's not a real phobia. I'm beating the odds, rising to every occasion. That's ever defeated the gods. Switch up the mind, nothing but champions coming. I'm rolling up one of those squad. Hold still, but like back then. Talk back till I snap back. This ain't brown, this that dark black. This that pitch black, jet black. Snap your ex, watch me give them flashbacks. Precious rising fast as lightning, they can't stop it now. If you ain't talking realness, then just change the topic now. They laughing at the top like they can't see the bottom. And they thought I needed help, but I got hit without them. I am sharper than a pack of 100 razor blades. When the smoke clears out of here, but they name go fade. I'ma be here doing it my way. They said I should change it up, but what did I say? Oh yeah, he mad, I'm racking up white diamonds. Throw me in the sky, you would swear the sun shining. Oh yeah, he mad, I'm racking up white diamonds. Throw me in the sky, you would swear the sun shining. Hold still, but like back then. Talk back till I snap back. This ain't brown, this that dark black. This that pitch black, jet black. Snap your ex, watch me give them flashbacks. I get that magic all on me, I feel like I'm Tracy McGrady. Enemy circle around me 360, I count them with 8. I've been equipped with the spirit beside me since I was a baby. Just getting chaotic, I made me a product for causing the chaos. Right, you ain't ready. In this gothic underground city, we all sin. If I bring a couple rounds with me, then we all win. I came back and brought the crown with me. The king's king. Break your nexus and your neck, cause everybody's on your head. Oh yeah, he mad, I'm racking up white diamonds. Throw me in the sky, you would swear the sun shining. Oh yeah, he mad, I'm racking up white diamonds. Throw me in the sky, you would swear the sun shining. Dynasties of dystopia, dynasties of dystopia, dynasties of dystopia. crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him astray, then tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the hit, that crown shit soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking over lit, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate.
Welcome back, everybody, here on The Rift for Game 2 of our quarterfinal series between Lit Club Noir and Exalted Gaming Water. Noir back on the blue side again, and Exalted Gaming Water back on the red side. Edaconic and some friends have potentially... They're just walking forward, getting a ward down onto Phoenix Flares. Maokai, Frozen Forever, might be trying to gamble here to get a first strike proc. Is his gambling going to get punished? No, he's fine. All right, good. Good.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you do not want to take that gamble and lose because that's kind of like, you know, the Oblivion point where it's like it's all ogre. And he still gets a first strike proc, you know, +5, +3. Easy money.
Free money. Gotta like that, already out to a massive advantage in the early game, clearly. But I think that something to take note of here is that Kartana went ghost teleport as opposed to taking flash. So gonna be without that flash, could be an easy target of some early ganks. Already picking up that ward kill to get closer to that level 2. Gonna get that off the first wave now, I'm pretty sure. That's going to be important here because I think that Jolt really would like to win the early stages of this matchup, because if Kale gets to level 6, then it's too far gone. But Ornn does have a surprising amount of burst very early on in the game, so level 3 all-ins may be an opportunity to neutralize this lane, at least for a little while.
Yeah, and one of the fascinating things, and we'll likely see it develop, of course, as the game goes on, is what is Kale going to build? Previously, after they removed AP, like, she built Ginsu's for the longest time, but after they removed AP from the item, obviously, it was just not something she could really justify building. But now, Ginsu's has AP. However, it's a mythic. So she has to trade going Riftmaker to then opt into going the Ginsu's. So it's kind of this choice you have to make as a Kale player, whether or not you want to opt into higher damage, just higher, like blatantly higher damage with the Ginsu's, or a bit more survivability, a bit more skirmishing potential with that Riftmaker. So we'll have to see what Kartana sort of opts into here. Any sort of preference for you in this game? What do you think we'll see?
I think it's always Ginsu's. I think that you just always build Ginsu's Nashers now.
Okay.
That's just the Kale build. It's come back now that the AP is back on the item, and I think that that's the main reason why I was so high on Kale as the counter pick here. Like, there have been times in the past I'd say Olaf. I mean, that doesn't balance the damage quite as nicely, but I could have said Vayne as the answer here as well. But right now, I think is the time of Kale. So if there's an opportunity to pick up Kale in a free lane where you're not going to get punished, then that's particularly going to be what you want to do in this scenario. So I'm happy to see Kartana actually being able to display that here for us. Picking up the Cull as well to get maximal value, putting a big smile on my face.
Yeah, I do think, personally, I think you should always go against Zeus. There's no reason to not. Especially because another change that Kale received, not this patch, but the previous one, is her ultimate got adjusted. You can now cast it on yourself and still continue to auto-attack. So even though she'll lose some of that survivability and that healing from the Riftmaker when she doesn't have it, she will still have the ultimate button to keep herself safe and late game just turn herself into a siege turret, right? That is going to be disgusting if we get into that late game position. But again, you know, could still potentially see a Rift Maker. I don't think we will, but yeah, something to keep in mind. Around the rest of the map right now, okay, Edaconic might be in a little bit of danger here. He's gonna get punched by the Bramble Smash, but that's about it. That aside, right now, pretty slow, pretty quiet across the board here. So Jolts has maybe found a little bit of a trade into Kartana, and now in the mid lane, Frozen's going to take a little bit of damage here, but Edaconic's going to be walking in with the Ghost. Hopium's going to have to flash right now, but Edaconic is fast. He's going to pop the Storm, that icy wind blowing true. Not quite enough damage, not quite enough slows, and Frozen Forever with no mana right now is kind of a liability here in the mid lane, as the two of them are just trying to get this wave in, because otherwise it could be dead for Frozen. And speaking of Frozen being dead, he is getting punished for his greed in the mid lane as he'll go down. Edaconic will pay for the sins of his mid laner as well, as Phoenix Flare getting that flash in, getting the Brute, and getting a decisive double kill.
I was just waiting to talk about how, while the early game going slowly is pretty much exactly what Exalted Water want, they were falling behind in the CS, so there was actually some value being gained by the side of Lit Club. But at the same time, once the double kill comes through, pretty much all of that is negated. So right now, the gold lead swinging back the direction of Exalted Gaming Water. And to have a lot of that on Hopium, be looking to push forward even further in this mid lane. And once the level 6 comes through pretty soon here, it's going to be an opportunity to push it into the side lanes as well.
Oh man, those trades from the Pantheon are dangerous right now. Jolts is going to be just dashing away right now, but Phoenix Flare does not have any backup, so will be fine up there. Kale has picked up the recurve bow, likely going to be starting that Nashers as opposed to the Ginsu's there. I've heard rumors in the rumor mill that Ginsu's is kind of a terrible first item. You want to really have something else to give Ginsu's something to amplify. Otherwise, you're amplifying nothing. Just nothing. Just literally nothing. So unsurprising to maybe see that Nashers first is kind of always what Kale has built anyways. On the bot side, we do have the Drake getting started and secured by Edaconic there. Nothing on the top side to really trade back into, so this will just be a win-win for Lit Club in bot lane.
I think that reflecting on game number 1, if anything could have been changed in the early game from Lit Club, they would have wanted to get that first Drake earlier on. They waited until around 10 minutes to get it, and that meant that their soul was so long delayed that they ended up trading only a third Drake for themselves for the Baron going over, and that ended up being kind of the death of them. So this time around, going for it a lot earlier, before Rift Herald even spawns, so there's no cross-map play to be had. And we'll see if they can continue pushing forward aggressively. It still feels weird to say a team with Victor, Jinx, and Ornn is getting outscaled, but that's just Kale for you.
That's just Kale. We have the Unsealed Spellbook going in for the Ignite right now, and Ornn's just going to be going for the combo right now, and Kale does pop her own ultimate as well, but just does not have the damage to trade back into Ornn. The Mage Death Knight Paladin will claim his first solo kill in the top lane, and at least, maybe not on a carry, but still able to put Kale in the dirt.
I thought for a second when you were saying Mage Death Knight Paladin that you were talking about Kale, but no, it is Ornn who claims that title, and Jolt's doing a good job of finding a lead in the top lane for the time being, doing a good job. On the other side of Kale matchups is that if you are being allowed to scale for free, you're probably also allowing the enemy top laner to scale for free, so falling behind is still a problem.
Yeah, it's still going to be a problem right here. Level 6 is getting picked up on the bot side here. Andy the Legend still is not there on the level 6, and kind of Alistar, one of the big weaknesses of the Cow Champion, he received some little love taps in a 13.9 to try and get him up to speed with the rest of the support pool. But otherwise, he still has a lot of those same weaknesses. Before level 6, he is just kind of a guy you can hit in the lane. His safety tools are not there without his ultimate. So we're still waiting on that before Andy the Legend can really find anything. And in the mid lane, Frozen Forever is going to get aggressively traded on here. He's trying to keep Hopium interested, keep Hopium engaged, but engaged for what? Edaconics in topside, and Cartnaw is actually just going to go down here, giving the kill over to Edaconic. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know what Frozen Forever was doing there.
Yeah, well, I think that both of the solo laners that just got picked are going to be asking themselves what they were doing there.
Where am I?
More
Why am I
difficult
here?
coming through in the mid lane, so actually fantastic execution from Phoenix Flare and Hopium to be able to combine for that. It could have easily been botched if the Comet Spear missed or if Hopium walked in just a little bit too deep. A lot less difficult on the execution in the top lane. Just simply walk at the Kale and press Smite for the kill. And right now, the focus on top lane actually is doing wonders for the side of Lit Club. They're able to get themselves the advantage, up about 25 CS for Jolts, and also picking up the kill for Edaconic means that their top jungle is right now in a pretty good spot.
Okay, on the bot side, we had a pretty big burst combo getting drawn onto Andy the Legend, and Frozen Forever is going to get rooted up. He's going to flash over the wall, getting Bremas back into Hopium, who's going to drop a spear. Phoenix Flare does not drop. The turret damage is not enough, but here comes Edaconic. Here comes the Ornn ultimate. It's going to pick up Phoenix Flare on the back right now, but the Nature's Grasp will stop them from getting onto Hopium, who is now 4-0 on this Pantheon with the counter pick into the mid lane, making the most of it.
Yeah, getting that on the first rotation of the draft, actually getting pretty decent value in the mid lane, but not doing much of the roaming that I'd hoped to see. So right now there's a big impetus on Hopium to be the main carry through the middle stages of this game. Has to do a lot of damage to make up for the fact that the rest of the team is in a spot where they don't have much opportunity to do so. Looking for another kill, should be able to pick it up, no flash.
Man, you gotta feel bad to be Victor this game as you're just getting CC chained over and over and over and over again. Frozen Forever, and Forzen Forever here in the mid lane on the Victor, as Pantheon picks up another one, but probably not worth a whole lot, all things considered. And now he really should be looking to roam right now. You know, bullying Victor is only going to do so much, because honestly, all things considered, Victor's not even like too terribly sad about all this. He's still got Leandres. He's okay.
Doing just fine. I considered for a second whether Cartana should just switch to the mid lane, because right now there's so much focus around the top side from Edaconic and there's just no help coming. But at the same time, I think that the range matchup is a lot harder for Kale, so it's difficult to advocate for that. We're getting fighting around the Drake. Going to be secured just fine by Phoenix Flare, and here comes the ulti.
Yes, Storm the Bleach is going to get punished for that positioning around the Dragon, as the On the Hunt and Nature's Grasp will root up the Zyra and secure that kill over to Spiritless, who has rushed. Welcome back, Static Shiv.
Static Shiv making its return to the Rift before even Cull completion comes through. Gonna be seeing some of that Chain Lightning come out. I wonder what the mythic that goes with this is. Is it gonna be IE? There's a pretty big front line, so I'd assume so. But could just be LDR before that as well, so could be a pretty delayed mythic coming through here in the AD carry position, as we seem to be on the trend of mythic items aren't the first item built anymore for any of these AD carries.
Well, it does make a little bit of sense, especially if you're going to be looking to go into IE, because IE was turned into a mythic, but it did not get any changes. It is still a big dumb stat stick, right? So at the end of the day, you do not want to itemize into IE first, just like you didn't want to itemize into IE first before, because you don't get anything out of it. It needs other items to be the most effective. So these AD carries who might be looking at this IE will be instead going for a different item first, although I would not entirely be surprised to see Sivir maybe opting for the Navori Quick Blades. We'll have to see. Maybe she won't, maybe she will, maybe she won't.
Yeah, we continue to see the matchup in the itemization between whether it's going to be Navori or if it's going to be IE. Jolt's continuing to win out on these top trades, utilizing this advantage. Jack show already complete.
Hmm.
Carton, given enough time, can probably win that 1v1 later on into the game, but it's becoming more and more the case that Jolt is going to be able to start building the Ornn items before any of the threat on the side lane starts to come through.
Yeah, once those threats start coming through, it'll be better for the Kale. But until then, Ornn's gonna have those items in the tank coming pretty soon too. I think I'm not sure exactly what this is going to turn into yet. Don't quite have enough info on the top side in terms of what this what the Sapphire Crystal cloth armor could be. Could be Frozen Heart. Could be a number of different things. May I feel like Frozen Heart's okay into Kale because you slow down her attack speed quite a bit. But you know, we'll have to see exactly what Jolts has in the tank right now on this Ornn. Around the rest of the map, though, aside from despite all of the kills going over in the mid lane, Noir actually have a gold lead right now, just purely based on CS in the bot lane, in the mid lane, in the jungle, and in the top lane as well. The CS leads alone are giving so much gold, just so much value to Noir here. In the top side, Jolt is getting poked. He's getting tickled a little bit by just a little bit of tickling from Cartona, who is now evolved to level 11. Here comes the Nature's Grasp right now. Andy the Legend, not quite able to get in range. Edaconic will get rooted up, but he is just an Udyr and does not particularly care. Here comes the root. The Twisted Advance will land down. Here comes the crash from Hopium, who is dropping in on Obongo and saying hello, but his damage is just not connecting as much as he hopes for, as Obongo is just going to walk away right now. And here comes the Chaos Storm, nearly burns down Phoenix Flare, and on the top side, Jolts is calling the Ornn Horn and will not get the kill as Kale trades her own ultimate back. And Summoner Spells both burned in top, and now on the bot side of the map, Storm Bleach is going to try and get some damage out, but is going to get flashed on and stunned and murdered by the Pantheon, but trading back, Frozen Forever lands a stun and gets a laser down. These lasers are hurting despite the deaths. The deaths may even make him more powerful in this lane. That was a long engage, a long drawn out fight. And at the end, kind of even.
Kind of even, but the top lane matchup is making the difference here. Jolt's going to be able to take the first tower and come through with the reset. Going to be more and more difficult to kill as the mid-game progresses until those late-game items start to come through.
Yeah, we'll have to see if those late game items come through. And now, this bullied man, the Victor, is now the bully in this bot lane here, stopping these recalls, which is very advantageous for them because as this Drake comes up, they will not have any priority members around it. And yeah, this could just be an easy, clean, and simple pickup for the side of Noir, especially since Phoenix Flare is on top side. Yeah, this is just going to be a dead Drake going over. First Chemtech of the game going over to Noir.
I like that Noir is taking advantage here, but I think Exalted Gaming Water are doing the right thing of just trying to avoid engagements at all costs, even though they're falling behind because of it, and now Hopium looking to be all in.
Was trying to take a drink of water right now, but Hopium's going to be diving in on Obongo and taking the kill right now. Spiritless will be picking that one up. Here comes Andy the Legend, trying to close the gap on Storm the Bleach, and will likely go ahead and get this knock-up. Pulverize back into Spiritless, who will clean it up, but now Edaconic's going to try and clean up on the back. But with only the Demonic Helm, does he have enough damage? Does he have enough survivability? He has the Ghost popped. He's having to run away right now. Phoenix Flare is going to be Twisted advancing. Frozen Forever is going to flash into the turret, and the turret shot will dissuade Phoenix Flare from going any further. That's just going to be 2 kills picked up on the bot side. Hopium finally leaving the mid lane and using his gold lead for good.
And as I say that, there's been an aversion to engagement from the side of Exalted Gaming Water. They go on the attack. Hopium setting up the double kill for Spiritless, But overall, they've avoided any fights that they can't win, and even though that hasn't helped them in the gold department, they're just allowing their big carries to come online, get more items. They're not playing off of their first item power spikes because they know that they aren't in a position where that's going to lead to advantageous fights. They're giving themselves time to scale, and I deeply appreciate that decision making. And we'll see if Noir can punish it by getting any more advantages in the middle stages of this game. But they need to accelerate it pretty quickly because we are going to start seeing 2 items come through here pretty soon.
Yeah, point at the clock as, 12 of 16, Monka Giga, Kale is coming. Be not afraid as the angel descends. We are waiting, of course, for the Kale timer. If you are Exalted Gaming Water, and if you are Lit Club, you are trying to stop this Kale timer from becoming a problem. Herald was picked up and is in the pocket of Edaconic in the jungle here. A lot of sitting gold here as Edaconic's getting a pretty big reset. Does not quite get into his Jack Show. Jinx has a lot of gold in pocket as well. Not quite close to a big item completion, but could still pick up a couple of components on recall. That aside, not much else to say. And we have a pause as it looks like Spiritless DC'd. Let me open up the chat window. Yep, it looks like just AD carry DC. So, yeah, we're going to wait to see when these teams come back. Maybe the AD carry is still having some issues here as we sit here and think about our life choices.
We can think about the items as well. Storm to Bleach finally now on the Leandries, so that's going to buff up the plant damage. That's the big power spike that you want to get to once you're a Zaya, or a Zyra, not Zaya, different items there. But gonna be able to actually get a lot of DPS off if there's a good ultimate, if there's multiple of those big plants starting to shoot off. That's what you want to see from the Zyra. We see that we're getting close to 2 items. Looks like it's going to be Shadow Flame for Frozen Forever. Obongo not going to quite be there yet. 2 items complete early for Jolts because the Abyssal Mask was able to be secured. Probably richest member of the game. Yeah, that's the most gold of anyone going to the top laner of Lit Club Esports Noir. Going to be in a good state because of that. But on the other side, Ginsu's close to coming through here. I believe you're right that it was going to be Nabori coming through for Spiritless, so less DPS to the carries, but I guess you can leave that up to Kartana on the Kale. And surprising to me that we're not actually seeing 2 items complete yet for Hopium, but I think that has something to do with lagging behind on the CS.
Yeah, that CS not quite coming through. It is kind of hard to CS as Pantheon or any melee into Victor because he just obliterates the wave, and if you try to walk up to the wave, he drops a stun field and attempts to murder you. So not too surprising that Pantheon fell a little bit behind in terms of CS, but those kills definitely helped close that little gold deficit between the two of them. Actually, it's hardly of a gold deficit at all, as Victor is only like 50 gold down off of the Pantheon here. So very deceptive amount of gold. Now Obongo is going to be the target right here. The traps are good, but Obongo is going to get poked out right now. The Nature's Grasp is going to not quite land, and on the front side, Edaconic's going to be burning down those top members. Storm the Bleach is going to be doing a lot of damage, and that Super Mega Death Rocket crashes in to the Sivir, taking her down. Spiritless is now bodiless. And Obongo on 0 HP is going to try and aggress forward with those rockets, with those auto attacks, but cannot get safely in range. So it's up to Storm to Bleach, Jolts, and Frozen Forever to clean the fight with some magic, some lasers, some plants, and some old-fashioned brutality.
A nice 5-for-1 coming through there. Obongo immediately got chunked out of the fight, so it was a 4v5 for almost the entirety, but not quite a 4v5 because the Super Mega Death Rocket able to tag Spiritless for the kill. That was the key point in this fight where it suddenly became a winnable affair for Lit Club Esports Noir. They're able to push it to the victory, but Hopium is back out onto the map in time to force them away from the Baron.
Yeah, at the very least, he's going to be a very juicy distraction to stop the Baron, but he will trade his life to sort of just be a guy to annoy them off of the objective. And honestly, that's not too terrible of a trade, but it is quite a sizable, uh, quite a bit of gold going over to Frozen Forever, who is now gone from 0 and 4s and forever to 4 and 4s and forever here on this Victor in the mid lane, really showcasing the power of this control mage and just what it can do. Edaconic will pick up this second Chemtech, and this is the third Drake, so Soul Point for the side of Noir. And we are still Exalted Gaming are still waiting. They're in the waiting room. 13 out of 16 Monka Giga. But it is slowed down. The Kayle has been slowed down significantly by some of these mid-game fights.
Well, we did see the value that Cartana was putting out once he was actually there. I think that the fight starting without the Kayle in the area was probably what made it a difficult thing to pull off. And it's hard to really blame the Engage for coming through because they almost were able to kill Obongo, but that just meant that they were in a bad spot to finish off the fight without having that Cartana's Kayle available. And now they have to deal with the consequences of being up against that Soul Point. They're going to have to find a way to fight in 4 minutes. I think they can do it, but we'll see what items that they're actually on once they get to that spot.
Yeah, and looking at items right now, Jinx has in fact completed the IE, which is immediately upgraded into the Edge of Finality. That is quite a large power spike for the Jinx here. We're seeing what this classic crit build can do into the Navori Quick Blades with the Static Shiv. Sivir can obliterate minion waves, but that can only really do so much. Buying time, however, is probably perfectly fine for Exalted Gaming, all things considered. Ginsu's was just finished for Cartana, so that is going to be a pretty big power spike up for the next Drake. Aside from that, not a whole lot of other items getting finished up here. We finally see mythics for the Udyr, who did complete the Jack Show, which is very important for that champion. Now will be closer to the unkillable demon you kind of expect from Udyr here. But now, as we sit in the mid game here, everyone in the mid lane, 25 minutes, it's a 4K gold lead for LCE Noir.
Still time before we're going to have the next fight. We can see that both sides have had success in having whichever member has been focused by the enemy team is doing a good job of farming, so they're keeping themselves in the game. That's led to pretty much everyone being impactful in a 5v5 teamfight situation. Of course, there's certain players who are going to be the focal point of the fight. Whenever you're playing Kayle, that's the case, but both of these AD carries as well. I think Frozen Forever has cemented himself as one of the players to watch, and I think that anyone could find the winning or losing play, and that's exactly what you want to see in a League of Legends game. So we're in a really good spot to get a treat as the closing out of this game approaches.
Yeah, we still have quite a bit of time here, of course, as Baron is still on the table. 15 of 16, Monka Giga. Kayle is almost fully descended onto the Rift. We're still waiting on that, of course, if you are Exalted Gaming. That is one of your main win conditions right now. For the side of Lit Club, they really have to look for something. They have to try and make something happen before this Kayle can achieve godhood. But it's just so hard for them to get in on this Exalted Gaming roster. The vision that they have is sufficient. Maokai is an effective zoning champion, area control champion, so he is able to sort of stop engages before they even happen. So it's just been Noir kind of stuck in a rut, not really sure what they can do, but as this next Drake come up, it is Soul Point. We'll see whether Exalted Gaming want to give it up or whether or not they're going to try and fight. Kayle is a little over halfway towards level 16. Don't know if they'll be able to reach it before this next big team fight. And if they don't, it could be disastrous for Exalted Gaming.
Kale still pretty strong. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that even level 15 Kale should have a lot of value in a fight. And back to the point about Noir having difficulty advancing their lead, the problem for them is that with Pantheon ult being a constant presence around the map, they have to be careful not to walk too far forward, and if they ever step out of line, then they're at serious risk of being picked off. They also might not be certain that they are in a gold lead. There's no key indicators that would tell them that. It does look like they should be able to pick up the soul. Not going to be contested. Baron started up now, but the rotation will be coming through pretty quickly, so I don't think that the Baron can be taken all the way down. And indeed, the movement is rapid from the side of Lit Club Noir. They're playing out the map pretty effectively, even though they're not doing a ton to advance their cause. They now have the soul, which is definitely a boon.
Yeah, that Chemtech Soul is entirely free. Absolutely nothing traded on the map. Kind of sloppy execution there from Exalted Gaming, but we'll see what they can do once the team fights begin. Hopium is going to get punched down by this Ornn here. Not really able to fight into the Ornn very well, this Pantheon is. And here comes some ultimates being dropped right now. The Ornn Horn's going to hit nobody in particular, as now Edaconic and Jolts are in a bit of danger right now. Level 16 Kale has walked into this team fight, and she is angry. She's going to be shredding down Jolts right here very slowly. This Ornn will inevitably perish. And as this Baron is still up, jungler dead, top laner dead. This is almost certainly going to be a Baron unless they do find a good fight. And that's what Storm the Bleach and Frozen Forever are going to try and do. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Obongo is getting the wave moving. Going to try and apply just a little bit of pressure here as Frozen Forever is going to get flashed on, and he's going to try and flash away, but it's not nearly enough. The Chaos Storm's going to drop all of those burning AP damage. Tools will deal quite a lot of, just a lot of HP getting shredded, but not nearly enough to dissuade. The Baron is still 2v4. Obongo cannot get quite close. Those saplings are too strong. 2,000 health on the Baron. Storm the Bleach is throwing out everything they have in the tank, but Obongo can't safely approach with Andy the Legend there. And with the Nature's Grasp, they walk away with the Baron in their pockets and the game in their sights.
Obongo was just this close to getting ult off of cooldown in time. If they could have delayed just a little longer. Storm to Bleach not willing to walk forward far enough to become in range of the enemy team turning. But with the health bars also low, they just needed to be able to buy a little bit more time. Played out on a knife's edge, but it is going to come through in favor of Exalted Gaming Water. We'll see if they can push it forward and get back in the lead this game. They still are up against the Chemtech Soul and a very nicely scaling roster, so if they make missteps of their own, they could still put this game back into the control of Lit Club Gaming Noir. But they are in a spot where now they have the winning fight. They've got the level 16 Kale. They've got the Baron buff, and we'll see just how far they can go.
We'll see how far they can go indeed. At least the side laning is fine right here, as Frozen Forever is going to just pretty easily get that wave pushed back in. Obongo is actually playing really aggressively on the Phoenix player. He's taking a ton of pain right now. The TP is going to be coming in from Jolts, as they're going to be looking to try and turn this on to Exalted Gaming. Here comes the Ornn Horn. Who is it going to crash into? It will crash into the Kale, who is now a bit of a sitting duck, but will drop her ulti onto herself, but not fire any autos, not get any damage out. But now the fight's going to break out. Here comes the lasers. Here comes the pain. Exhaust is going to get dropped onto Victor, but it is not exhaust enough to stop the rest of the team from dealing lethal damage to this front line. And with Phoenix Flare and Andy the Legend down, Cartana's ulti off the table, it is actually going to be LCE Noir who begin the siege.
And be able to push forward further, and their siege is pretty strong. They've got a lot of poke between Jinx, Victor, and Zyra. They're going to be up against Baron buff minions, so it's going to be hard to get anything in before the respawns come through. But they are able to take the tier 2 tower, so to their credit, they've done a good job of fighting back against this Baron buff. They're
Hmm.
showing as well that they have opportunities to win fights if they're going to be able to take them on their own terms. So it's really tough to say what the state of the game is right now because I still think that right now it should be Cartana's world and we're just living in it, but there seems to be a trend where Lit Club Esports Noir finding ways to make plays.
Yeah, Cartana opting into that Blade of the Ruin King. We were talking about when you build Ginsu's, you sort of trade away that healing from the Riftmaker to sort of ease that up. You can go Blade of the Ruin King, but it is definitely less effective on the Kale than just getting another AP item in the tank. So it is certainly not super. It doesn't feel like amazing, but now that we have that healing on the Kale, she will be surviving a little bit more in these fights. One half of the Void Staff has been completed on Frozen Forever, but to be quite honest, the MR on the side of Exalted Gaming is kind of just not there, aside from the Abyssal Mask and the MR on the Maokai. Like, you have the Maw of the Malmortius, which did get a slight magic resist buff, but that is about it in terms of resistances. So this AP heavy composition not really going to get contested here in terms of the damage they can deal in these fights. 15 seconds on the Elder Drake. Ediconic potentially looking for a pick right now. Here comes the Nature's Grasp. It looks like Exalted Gaming are going to be looking for a fight. Here comes a stun in the corridor. These corridors are where Noir will thrive. Jolt's knocking up both of those carries on the back line. Hopium's just going to be trying to shred Obongo, but Obongo has backup. Cartana on their lonesome drops the ultimate, but the ultimate is not enough, and that is just going to be a nearly clean ace for Noir as the Zyra will drop. They don't even need the Elder. They never needed any Barons. All they need is some good old-fashioned laser pointers, beefy men, and rockets as they crash into the base of Exalted Gaming and look to tie the series up.
Yeah, Exalted just continued to be willing to oblige Lit Club for a fight in a choke point, and that was the one win condition that was available to Lit Club. They're able to find continual fights towards the victory and make it happen. And now we're at an even point in the series, 1-1 going into game 3, back and forth affair on both game 1 and game 2, and I'd expect more of that throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, another back and forth game in this game too. Lit Club, Frozen Forever, being cool as ice in the series. Getting targeted early on was 0-4. By the end of the series, only dropped one more death and picked up plenty of kills and is the damage leader of the game over any of these 80 carries, over the Kale. And to be quite honest, the Kale damage was a little disappointing. Like, I expected a lot more from this Kale. You know, all these on-hit items are. I was told they were really good, but she kind of couldn't do anything because of the nature of the fights that Exalted Gaming were taking.
Well, that's part of it, but it's also the case that Jolts was very effective at shutting down Cartana through the early laning phase, through the mid game even, and building up a pretty sizable advantage in the top lane. Ediconic doing a good job of focusing around that area as well. And with the entirety of Exalted Gaming Water, kind of just focusing around the mid lane, trying to snowball through the pantheon of Hopium, that ended up kind of being a bait in my opinion, because that took away from their true win condition, was just to get Cartana in a spot where the Kale was uncontested. So throughout this game ended up being a little bit better decision making in my opinion, coming through from Lit Club Esports Noir, and that's good enough to beat what was, in my estimation, a little bit of a poor draft.
Yeah, no, I gotta say, I can't wait for Noir to watch the series back and, hear me talking trash about their team comp, and of course they win. Gotta make me look like an embarrassment, as if I don't do that enough myself. That said, you know, this is still a very close series, currently tied up, and these teams seem to be on par with each other. So I imagine these next few games are going to be just as exciting. So you'll want to stick around. We're going to go to a quick break before we get into draft for game 3. Tied series. Who's going to get up into match point on this third game? We'll have to see what the draft beholds after our break.
How you gonna play it? How you gonna play it when you ain't seen nothing this player? Me and my squad gon' turn on the squash like we don't see no other players. Ain't nothing to squash, ain't nothing to solve. You played and you already did. I'm ready to mob, I'm ready to mosh, shit moving with nobody scared. Keep pushing my buttons, I might push a button and have my butt push up and slam. I made a decision to enter the lair, you better enter prepared. I seen it vividly, my vision of victory. I kill him and split the scene, click with me, you never feel defeat. Learn how to heal from heat. I showed up to show out, until the show ends. Bet they wanna know how I made it a no-win. It's gonna be a blowout, once I get the blow in. I just put it blow in, show me my opponent. It starts right here. Push up yourself on enemies, and it's a long road up ahead. Better get your steps in now. It starts right here. It's on me. And if you wanna be a god, it's a long way up. If you wanna be a god, it's a long way up. I'm too hyped to turn down a fight. Knock on my good night. I brought light when there was no sight. None of four in sight. I got stripes down to take a life. Won't take it in stride. Ain't no might ifs or maybes. I display my might. Yeah, I come to rig at the game. It's fun, but it ain't no games. I shine them all in a minute. I got them and bit them up like it was state. I showed up to show out until the show ends. Bet they wanna know how I made it a no-win. It's gonna be a blowout. Once I get the blow in, I just put it blow in. Show me my opponent. It starts right here. Push up yourself on enemies, and it's a long road up ahead. Better get your steps in now. It starts right here. It's on me. And if you wanna be a god, it's a long way up. If you wanna be a god, it's a long way up. Push up and step on enemies. I came to conquer all the energy. Ain't no regrets, it's him or me. Blast him away, away. Once we engage in combat, it ain't really no comeback. From that, the squad, the angelic slum rats. Came for the cash, where the funds at. Came with the swag of a war pack. You see the sword, it's my award. I tried to warn you and your pack, so if I started you, it's your bad. It starts right here. Push up yourself on enemies, and it's a long road up ahead. Better get your steps in now. It starts right here. And if you wanna be a god, it's a long way up. I declare war on anybody standing in the way of what I dream for. How would you ignore the ones that are voiceless, scream for more? They only here to score. I do it for the underground kings that don't need more. I'm kicking down your door. If I wonder why you got a pocket full of green for, it's all about the get back. It's hard to give back while the politicians kick back. They say I'm only brick rap. Well, that's the foundation of this mountain that I live at. I can get you kidnapped. These kids ain't playing with you, acting like you live rap. And all those little mishaps that only happen to you misfits, I'm here to fix that, yeah. Time to dig up your grave, make you lower your voice. I told you not to play with the misfit toys. We got in this game, getting sick of your noise. You started with a bag, but you misfit. Rich get richer while the poor pickpocket. Swipe smacks well till the cops come knocking. Have or have not, being broke is not an option. Time after time when you gotta think for watches. When you the plug in the socket, and the powers that be can't stop it. So obnoxious, borderline toxic. Both sides go to war like a mosh pit. Now let me switch up the optics. I'll bullets held as hostage. Some nights we slept in our closets. Gunfights was outside the projects. So you can't blame me for nonsense. I'm here to collect deposits. All else defies the logic. My people need me beside them now. I told you not to play with the misfit toys. We running this game, getting sick of your noise. You started with a bag, but you misfit toys. Don't play with the misfits. Come play with the misfits. Don't play with the misfits. Come and play with the misfits. I told you don't play with the misfits. Must be deaf, dumb, and blind. You a triplet. Don't you make me erase your existence. All by my lonely, need no assistance. Any disrespect gets met with a vengeance. Burn down gossip and hidden agendas. We set the tone for all to remember. You rewrite history, the greatest pretenders. You rewrite history, the greatest pretenders. Time to take your grave, make you love your voice. I told you not to play with the misfit toys. We running this game, getting sick of your noise. You started with a bag, but you misfit toys. Don't play with the misfits. Come play with the misfits. You started with a bag, but you misfit toys. Support system on the rear. Face front, come say so. Hey, back doors all clear. Chain tie, can't play no. Well fed, we eatin'. The motto is to push for it. The ops stay to wuss for it. Like matter of fact, we creepin', now we sneakin'. Enemy highs, we be seeking. Lurk at the waters and bushes, oh man. Cool eyes, we deepin'. All of you die, one at a time. Those are the facts, we don't throw dice. Ready to fire, ready or not, we letting it grind. Bang, 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 bang. Wake up, we want war. Y'all know what time it is. Paint red on this ground floor. All we throw is fists. To the core we lit. Rain down abyss. Set it up like this. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Set it off like. Set it off like this. Burn it up, burn it up. Too many enemies. Too many enemies. Too many enemies. Yeah. Too many enemies. Too many enemies. Enemies. Too many enemies. Too many enemies. Yeah. 조금 밑에 모여봤자 니니 이 몸한텐 형 이겼으니 형 오늘 좀 거만해 봐줄 테니 한 대 때려 시원하게 때려봤자 넌 내 손 안에 살려줄게요 소 가능하다면 안 해주면 내 심장이나 상처 Yeah what Wait 연구만 있어 잘 그려라면 안 해주면 바로 매부 비상형 Go riders Go riot gasoline lighters more fire Ski tires blow up dynamite need more wires 너의 샤인 드리고 검화며 쭉 갈까 일어나면 그렇게 만들어 뼈화를 Go riders Go riot gasoline lighters more fire Ski tires blow up dynamite need more wires 너의 샤인 드리고 검화하면 조용할 거야 일어나면 그렇게 만들어 뼈화를 Set it off like this Set it off like Set it off like this Set it off like Set it off like this Set it off like Set it off like this Burn it up, burn it up Set it off like this Set it off like Set it off like this Set it off like Set it off like this Set it off like Set it off like this Burn it up, burn it up Say no There's no time for redemption. Those flags you wave, will they hold up? Don't cry for your vengeance.
Welcome back, everybody, here on the draft screen for our series between Exalted Gaming Water and Lit Club Esports. Game 2, Lit Club turned it around and tied up the series. Despite some early game struggles, the team found some great team fights around choke points, and Exalted Gaming's win condition was not able to really perform. And now as we reach this game and seeing the draft evolve, Exalted Gaming sticking to their guns from their first two games in terms of bans, and Lit Club as well seem to be sticking with their plan from the previous match. Although they may leave the Jarvan up this time, we'll have to see what they're thinking.
I'd ban Jinx. I think Jinx has been a consistent factor throughout this series. I think that Jinx has been a consistent factor throughout probably all of this season. No surprise to see Jinx prio rising. I think that probably R3 on the ban phase is going to be Jinx the rest of this series. And I think that as a response, I'd like to see Exalted Gaming pick up one of these strong junglers early on here. Jarvan up, Wukong up. I think that even though the items have changed, the strongest of junglers probably haven't. We did see that Sejuani was getting banned before, though, from the side of Lit Club Esports, so maybe the idea is to wait a little longer and get an effective jungle match.
Ooh, and we have the Aphelios getting locked in. Not a super common champion due to how mechanically complex he is. However, this is not the Gold League. This is not the Draft League. This is the Plat Diamond League, and mostly Diamond if you're looking at Lit Club Noir. So understandable that Aphelios is on the table for these teams and will be the response into the Xayah. And once again, the Udyr will be locked in for Edaconic. Again, a very comfortable champion, a very effective champion. He piloted it rather well in the previous game. Maybe not the kind of game-changing pick you would expect, but a very stable one. And Exalted Gaming are thinking about Karma, but lock in the Alistar.
I honestly don't see any reason other than comfort why you wouldn't just lock in Rakan instead, but Alistar still a good champion, still going to get value out of Rome. Has a similar style to the Rakan, just a little bit tankier, I suppose, so that's the trade-off being given here. I think that Lit Club should be able to just lock in Lulu on R3 and be fine. Emilio still up as well, seen some prio on that throughout this series. A lot of good options to go alongside the Aphelios, but can just respond to this Alistar pick with whatever it is that they want to have.
Yeah, and I feel like that is, unless they want to get a mid laner for Frozen Forever before those get pinched in the second round of bans, definitely might think about, yeah, no, they're going to be looking to pick up the victor here because it almost certainly would have been banned away in the second round here. They're accepting, okay, we're not going to get an ideal support with the Aphelios, but we need to make sure we have our mid laner on one of their finest champions in this series. Yeah, and there goes the Milio. Cassio as well will get banned away again. You know, Jolt's had enough of that champion game one, doesn't want to see it again. And I don't blame him. You know, that was kind of disgusting, that game one. So, yep, Milio gone. Waiting on what these next couple bans will entail. I imagine we will likely see the Lulu get banned away as well. So, I guess it's just up to LCE, what they're thinking.
I don't mind just going to the victor. We saw Frozen Forever get focused by Exalted Gaming last game. Ended up being fine anyways, did a lot of damage, and particularly CS'd effectively, getting a gold lead even before picking up any of the kills, so that was the part that really impressed me. Actually gonna see the Ornn ban instead of any supports, so Lulu, Thresh still up. Can go more aggressive, pick up something like a Blitzcrank, but I think that we're just going to be back into team fighting for Lit Club, and if they can pick up something that can team fight, they'll be happy with that. Going back to the Zyra seems to be a favorite for Storm the Bleach.
I'm not gonna say anything. You know, I already have one egg on my face from the previous game, so I will not comment on my thoughts on the Zyra. However, I do think it is better in this game because of Alistar and Trundle. as champions, they have to approach you. And Zyra, like last game, the Zyra, Victor, Udyr trio make it so hard to approach. So Trundle's going to have a rough time. Alistar's going to have a rough time. They're going to need to find some flanks. And Lissandra will allow them to get some flank opportunities. The last pick here, likely going to be... Trundle could still go top, but top lane hasn't been revealed for Lit Club. So they kind of have to fold their cards here, put their hand on the table, and let everyone... Nope, never mind. That's still technically a flex. Okay, so... they could still flex these two picks here, Trundle and Gragas. So Lit Club have to be a little careful about what they want to select for Jolts.
Yeah, I think that the Zyra, more than being an effective counter to the champions Exalted Gaming are playing, is an effective counter to the playstyle that we saw from last game. Exalted really need to find out how to not engage in a choke point, because if they do the same thing that they did last game, they are going to get the same result that they got last game. They ran into choke points against Zyra, Victor, and Ornn, which is now Scion, but does similar things. If you run into that choke point, everyone's getting CC'd, everyone's getting laid a ton of damage upon them, and you're just going to get blown up. So it's going to be about improving gameplay here in game number 3 if Exalted Gaming are going to be able to respond to their loss with a comeback to win and put themselves ahead in the series.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, just play better. Sometimes that's all you got to do to win, is just play better, Forehead. Looking at these two compositions, I definitely really... Now that I can sort of see the theory in practice in terms of what Lit Club was looking at last game, I am a little bit less reluctant to say I don't like their draft, and I particularly think it is better into the champions that Exalted Gaming have drafted this game in comparison to last. So the Scion will be the closing piece for Lit Club, another tank for Jolts in the top lane. Again, Lit Club is betting on this Aphelios, betting on this Victor to carry them across the finish line. And Exalted Gaming don't really have that kind of same late game win condition they had before, but do still have Xayah, who has been a very strong AD carry pick recently, something that's been very commonly showing up. So interested in seeing what these two teams drop on the table. So these two comps are very similar to last game. So do you favor LCE in this game now that we see them perform with a similar style of comp, or do you think that Exalted Gaming have them in this one?
Well, I will comment on the team composition separately from how I feel about the teams. I have already said that if Exalted Gaming aren't able to understand the enemy team win condition, which is the same as last game, then they are going to suffer for it. Now, if we just break down the team comps themselves, there's some pretty decent pick potential for Exalted Gaming. Not the best of target selection available for that, but I think that the team comps on the whole are pretty even with each other. Definitely a better situation for Lit Club than it was last game, and they won last game, so I guess my expectation is that they should be able to go forward and win this game as well. But it is a little bit of a different feel about it for Exalted Gaming than what they had picked before. So they have an opportunity to maybe have more playmaking coming through from their tanky frontliners without just getting immediately blown up if they can find the right angles for it.
Yeah, it's all about those angles, it's all about finding better fights than you did previously. Don't fight in those choke points, don't give Lit Club the fights they want. Take fights on your own terms and find those advantageous positions. We'll have to see if Exalted Gaming can do that and get match point, or will Lit Club go 2 games in a row with victories and step one step closer to closing out the series. Both these teams still tied up, still very close. Everything is on the line as always here in the quarterfinals, not quite semis yet, for the Victorious Rival Series. We're going to go into a break for spectator delay. When we come back, Game 3 So stick around. It's going to be, if the other two games are any indication, you're not going to want to miss this one.
If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better walk that walk. If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better walk that walk. Lot of wannabes, only one of me. They try to put me under pressure, put me under siege. Yeah, I'm a champ, I'm a legend, I'm a beast. Used to be the underdog, I got off the leash. I'm done barking, I only bite. Drop the roof for the night like it's only right. Hold it tight, both hands on the holy grail. Come and get it when you fail, you can hold the hell. If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better know how to walk that walk. Tell the off, let's run it. Everybody gunning for the top, let's run it. Go ahead, show me what you got, run it. This is where the shooters get shot down. This is where the hunters get hunted. Yeah, let's run it. Everybody gunning for the top, let's run it. Go ahead, show me what you got, run it. This is where the thrones getting overthrown. This is where the hunters get hunted. Yeah, let's run it. Yeah, I'm ready, let's run it. If you ready, let's run it. You know I run the game. I catch you running your mouth and then you run away. I bet you see me when I'm winning, you got nothing to say. I bet a bag on it, that's a big bet, it's like 100K. Yeah, double or nothing, I know he bluffing. If he yapping, I'ma hush him, it's no discussion. Show him that I really do it and he really doesn't. If you really want it, then it's time to run it. If you're gonna talk that talk, then you better know how to walk that walk. Tell the off, let's run it. Everybody gunning for the top, let's run it. Go ahead, show me what you got, run it. This is where the shooters get shot down. This is where the hunters get hunted. Yeah, let's run it. Everybody gunning for the top, let's run it. Go ahead, show me what you got, run it. This is where the thrones getting overthrown. This is where the hunters get hunted. Yeah, let's run it. Winning the game, yeah, I used to be the underdog. Exposing cats, I'm throwing everybody overboard. I see it, then I back it up just like a spinal cord. Underdog, I'm flipping the script like it's a catalog. Look at me, I'm a reflection of what you wanna be. King on the throne, none of you punks can ever humble me. Crown on my head, weighs heavy like a forestry. Guess that's the price that you pay when you're royalty. Blood, sweat, and tears, so I must be possessed. I'm a god in the flesh, makes sense why I'm blessed. Got my competition stressed, killing them all. Who's next? Shoot your shot, I wear a vest, so you better aim for the head, bringing the flame. Where do I aim? Cocking the bag, letting the bang. A lot of losing in the game, but it's all part of the plan. Let's run it. Real as a dead, so it's tipping 100. And if you do the same, then you know we gotta run it. Everybody gunning for the top, let's run it. Go ahead, show me what you got, run it. This is where the shooters get shot down. This is where the hunters get hunted. Yeah, let's run it. Everybody gunning for the top, let's run it. Go ahead, show me what you got, run it. This is where the thrones getting overthrown. This is where the hunters get hunted. Yeah, let's run it. Yeah, I'm ready, let's run it. If you ready, let's run it.
Awake to my voice and hear the call within. Embrace the fear inside. Surrender your mind tonight again. Close your eyes, have faith in me, and leave the light behind. You're never alone. Whenever it's gone, let the shadows take hold.
Welcome back, everybody, here for Game 3 of our series between Exalted Gaming Water and Lit Club Noir. Exalted Gaming Water are on the blue side this game, switching sides after getting side select due to losing in game 2. And right now, looks like 5 people stepping up here, while there is on the top side, the Trundle stepping up, dropping a ward on the enemy camp to figure out where is the Udyr starting. Is it going to be bot side? Is it going to be top side? Where do the Udyr be going? It doesn't necessarily matter because Udyr is very fast. He gets everywhere, wherever he needs to be at any time, very easily. That aside, slow start.
Slow start to be sure. Has there even been a single red buff this series that hasn't been warded on the first spawn? I feel like
No.
every time we see an invade and it's just both sides get wards on red.
Yeah, it looks. It seems like that. Oh, we got a plus gold to the Xayah. Game's over. You know, Xayah got some gold off of that plant. It's
Let's
over.
go.
It's all over. But might as well just go to game 4 here. You know, let's. We already know the result. That aside, anything we can expect to see in the early game from these teams?
Probably some ganks early on around the mid lane is my guess. Top lane's pretty hard to gank because both of the top laners are pretty tanky. Bot lane's pretty hard to gank because there's good counter engage options and they can easily go sideways. But mid lane has decent enough setup for both sides, and both junglers have setup of their own to go alongside it. So I'd expect that's where some fighting will be. The early Drakes have gone the way of Lit Club Noir as well, so I'm going to keep my eyes on their bot lane, trying to get pushed there with the Zyra Aphelios. Doing a good job of it so far, and I'd expect that they will continue to use those advantages to try to pick up Drakes.
Yeah, we'll see if they leverage those advantages to get those early Drakes, get those early objectives, get something happening. Phoenix Flare is looking for a potential gank right now here, as Storm Bleach is going to be walking up. Phoenix Flare is going to be looking to get in with that chomp, biting down into the Zyra. The pillar will go down. Storm Bleach is kind of get their pathing ruined here as Spiritless flashes forward to collect that kill for themselves, saying, "Thank you very much, Mr. Troll, but this is my kill." Storm to Bleach getting picked up by the early surprise gank from Phoenix Flare.
Definitely getting some value here on this pick. Nicely placed pillar there. Made it pretty unsure for Storm to Bleach about whether running away would allow the flash to work. So tried to ran the other way around the pillar. And that ends up meaning that it's a free kill to be picked up by Spiritless, who now has the advantage in the early stages of this game.
You know, the early stages will be fine here, but here comes Edaconic looking to try and respond. Stun going down onto Andy the Legend. Obonga will get knocked back, will still pick up that first kill. Now the Phoenix Flare is arriving as the Phoenix Burn goes on to Spiritless, and Storm the Bleach is going to have to flash away right now from Phoenix Flare, who flashes forward with the chomp, but not getting enough damage. Now Obongo firing those slowing shots with the Gravitum will not quite get enough damage into the enemies there. It is misfortunate for them, but that is a kill picked up in the mid lane at some point. I don't know. Did I miss something? What happened? When did this happen? I was looking away for a little bit. When did this kill happen? Did I literally just miss a kill? Was it on screen? Am I going
No,
crazy?
it's not on screen. You don't have to worry about that. I think it happened concurrently with the bot lane play, so we just didn't get to see it. But Hopium picking up another kill in the early stages in the mid lane has been quite effective in that area. Phoenix Flare getting invaded.
Ooh, yeah. Phoenix Flare is going to get hit up, but Edaconic is a little bit too far forward behind enemy lines. Gets collapsed on by Hopium and Andy the Legend and will get taken down. That is exhaust burned by the Alistar, but you will take those if you are the side of Exalted Gaming. Now, Cartana is putting in the pain on the Jolts, who is just kind of looking to trade back here. The Flash are going to be traded here. Phoenix Flare is going to be looking to pick this one up, and Jolts is just trying to get something in response. Now in the mid lane, I've seen this last game, and we're seeing it again. Frozen Forever getting targeted by the enemies. He does manage to survive here. Another early game looking a little dicey for the side of Noir, and the CS leads are not there like they were last game.
Yeah, this time around the matchup doesn't lend itself to Victor being able to continue farming for free because Andy doing a good job on the roam there of threatening the dive. Opium doing a good job of pushing the wave forward now that Lissandra is picked up. And that means that it's going to be early plates starting to go away of the Exalted game mid laner.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm sick. Oh, speaking of sick, Hopium gets a sick dive right there. Will get picked up by Edaconic, who was just passing by, sees an opportunity. So Frozen will get soloed in the mid lane, and then just gets pieced out.
This time around, we're seeing a lot more aggression coming out in the early stages of the game from Exalted Gaming Water. They're doing a good job of making sure that they can bring an early lead into the mid game once again. It's still a lot on Hopium, and we didn't see a lot of utilization of that early advantage to help the other lanes get into a winning position last time around. Would like to see more of that. A little bit harder on Lissandra, but she can definitely still push and roam. And Phoenix Flare looking for another gank here. I've appreciated that Phoenix Flare has been more aggressive on the ganks, particularly in this bot side.
Yeah, looking to get some bot side ganking done, but Edaconic has arrived to dissuade any further assault. Phoenix Flare did not have the flash. Andy the Legend did have flash, but it would still be pretty difficult to make a play happen with Edaconic around. So the play will be disengaged there as Edaconic clears out some vision in the river, sitting around this Drake, thinking about maybe starting it as they do have bot lane prio, but it might be a little bit risky to do that until they can confirm that Trundle is on the top side. And it looks like Edaconic will opt into potentially recalling. He thinks about it, does have a lot of gold in pocket, but decides to utilize that bot lane push to look at this Drake. But Phoenix Flare is on the response. Hopium on the response as well. Frozen Forever going to be walking in and responding. And now Lit Club are going to disengage and instead engage on to Exalted Gaming. Edaconic ghosting, trying to get onto Phoenix Flare, stunning him up, slowing him down, but no damage follows up. Frozen zoning out with some lasers. Andy the Legend on the bot side, looking for a potential engage. They are all stacked up in a juicy formation there for a headbutt pulverized combo, but will not go through. A little bit too risky these angles are. Jolts has had the time to walk from base to this fight and is now the first top laner arriving. It is 4v5. Hopium looking to go over the wall with the claw. Jolts zoning Phoenix Flare out, and it will be secured by Edaconic as they now have to try and get out of this fight. Cartana does have the explosive cast to try and knock people away, get in some kind of pick, but cannot get in range to complete the play. So, after a long, hard, slow, intense skirmish that was kind of just people staring at each other for a while, we do get a Drake going over to Noir.
And we've seen early in both of the first two games that Noir wanted to go for that early Drake around 8 minutes. They were able to pick it up in game number 2, and that helped them start the stacking earlier on. Game number 1, they got pushed off of it. This time, they're able to bring the forces, but now they're getting ganked in the bot lane.
Yeah, oh, Bongo dropping the Moonlight Vigil. Gets quite a bit of damage on the Andy the Legend there, but not quite enough to secure the kill. Gank from Phoenix Flare, another successful one. Andy the Legend getting a good engage, blowing the flash to do so, but that is more than fine as Obongo had to burn both summoners. So that will be a sitting Duck Aphelios with little support in the way of Peel, at least at this stage of the game. So yeah, gold not too far in one way or the other. A little bit in favor of Exalted Gaming, but that is not. This gold lead is very ephemeral. It is only 500 or so. So yeah, as you can see, it's already disappearing. We'll see where this goes from here. But getting that first Drake is at least fine. And across the map, Zaya has 2 kills, has that Storm Razor, looking pretty dangerous.
This time around, the farming is a lot closer between these two teams. We still see some slight advantages in the mid and bot lanes coming through in favor of Lit Club Esports Noir, but they're not nearly as drastic as they were the last time around. So that has meant that the gold has stayed pretty even here with less kills going over, uh, but still pretty similar in feel to what we've had in the previous games. Exalted Gaming Water just focusing more around killing. They are able to pick up the Rift Herald here. We'll see where they want to drop that one. Could look to put it mid as the next Drake spawns. They have a lot more mid-game fighting potential this time around.
Oh, Hopium going in for a claw to maybe try and set something up for the Alistar, but just gets absolutely blasted by the Victor in response as they get stunned up and just thrown for a loop there. But now Cartona waiting in the wings with Phoenix Flare. Hopium walking forward, gets the ultimate, but loses their life in response. Frozen Forever knows that they are dead, but without blowing any summoners, they will take that trade as they are A-OK. Still on pace with their lane opponent there on the other side of the map.
A lot invested just to get the 1-for-1 there. And as you said, Frozen Forever probably completely happy to take that trade. Phoenix Flare and Idaconic meeting up in the mid lane, just waving at each other. That's what junglers sometimes must do. Gonna be the contest of the Rift Herald charge coming through. At least prevent it from taking more than 2 plates there. And now we're starting to see first items come through. A lot of mirroring happening between the two sides. Not going to be the case in the top lane or in the jungle, but early on the Storm Razor, the favorite item now. And since you're the one who read all the patch notes, you have any comments to give on the Storm Razor?
When I was actually thinking about this in terms of what do you start with AD carry, because never super awesome in terms of starting IE. So if you're gonna go IE, what else do you go with it? So looking at some of the items, Kraken seems like it'd be okay, but it needs other. I feel like Kraken is a little bit more situational than it used to be, and it also requires a certain composition you're playing into to really be a beneficial purchase. You need other items. The only really self-sustaining item for crit marksmen that want to go IE is the Storm Razor. It has quite a bit of damage on it. It gives you movement speed when you proc it. It gives you AD, it gives you a little bit of attack speed, it gives you a little bit of everything you want in the early game. It's your best early spiking item if you are one of these crit AD carries that aren't going to be going for the Ginsus or aren't going to be going for the Quick Blades. In the top side, while I was talking about the AD carry items, Jolts is getting absolutely pounded by the Fat Man in top lane. Gragas is quite a funky champion. That's a lot of CDR, and Gragas will just hit every single button over and over, and that's why I love that champion quite a lot. He's very fun. TP coming in from Jolts, but it is a little bit of a separated TP as he could be a target right now. Will walk away, does have the home guards at this point in the game. Here comes the fight right now. Cartona is going to be in the front, but that's a lot of AoE. That is a lot of burn. We have the Chaos Storm, the Zyra ulti, and Udyr himself burning down the side of Exalted Gaming Water. But the trades are going to come back right here. Jolt is going to go down. Phoenix Flare will take him, but Andy the Legend can't get out. Only Spiritless escapes alive as the rest of Noir layer their ultimate abilities and claim the fight and the Drake.
Once again, Storm to Bleach is controlling the areas of the map, able to set up that fight with a good ulti, able to flash connect with the roots to be able to finish off that last kill of the fight. Drake plus the kill advantage goes over to Lit Club Noir as they're going to try to continue to expand upon their gold lead as well, out to 2.5k.
Yeah, 2.5k for Lit Club here. Again, a little bit dicey in the earlier stages of the game, but their team fighting is as excellent as we expect to see from the team. And yeah, this composition that they drafted in the previous game, showcasing once again why it was so effective, layering all those CC abilities, all that burn getting dropped down until the enemies can build some MR. That shred is going to deliver the pain, and the pain was certainly delivered on to the entirety of Exalted Gaming water. So much burning going on that the water has in fact dried up. It is now Exalted Gaming, I don't know, dirt.
Steam.
Steam, yeah, Exalted Gaming Steam. we have evaporated in the bot side of the map, but hopefully they can solidify themselves and continue to flow on as the game continues. But for the time being, we have once again slowed down as we wait for an objective to punch each other over. Herald is coming up in a minute as Cartnaut once again has pressure on this top side of the map. Obongo has traded lanes with Frozen, who is now sitting on the bot side, and now Storm the Bleach could be in a bit of danger as he walks forward and is going to get engaged on by Andy the Legend. That's just going to be a free pick right there, and Hopium goes over the wall with the claw, but Obongo is going to try and trade back as Hopium pops the ultimate, but gets obliterated, and Obongo flashes forward. He's going bonkers right here in the mid lane, taking 2 down, but now Edeconic's going to try and clean up, try and avenge his fallen AD carry, but the damage is not quite good enough. The smite will go down. The subjugation is attempting to subjugate the homeless man, punching you with his fists, but it's not quite enough damage as Edeconic walks forward aggressively, maybe a bit too aggressively, except I forgot that Udyr is the best champion in the video game and does not care about nothing. Man, what a lot of stuff happening, and the stuff continues as Jolts gets ultied into the turret. The Jack Show is fully charged up right now, and Cartnaut could be in a little bit of danger right now. He's going to keep firing those abilities, firing those body slams, the casts, just keeping the pressure on this Scion in the top lane. But it looks like the play will slow down unless Cartnaut wants to keep it going. Here comes a body slam, here comes a cast, here comes the ultimate from the Scion, but it's not enough to keep him safe as Jolts will get pillared and stopped. And a pick in the top side, Solo Bolo. But now Phoenix Flare is the one getting picked as Edeconic is going to arrive, dropping that slow, dropping a stun, and now the Noir has found themselves with a golden opportunity with this Shelly on top.
Should be able to pick this one up for free. They're continuing to push their gold lead forward. They're doing a good job of putting themselves in a position to win, but Frozen is caught out.
Look, I gotta take a drink of water at some point, man.
Fair enough. I mean, the teams are trying not to let you, so fair enough. But we see that the push is coming through in the mid lane. Going to be Rift Herald being dropped. Going to try to take out this tower. Should be able to do it. It's almost going to die just to the charge. One more auto attack will just about be enough. Mid tower down, and that should be all for this push. Going to be Drake coming up in a minute. That's the next time I expect to see a big fight breaking out, but there can always be a little bit of a back and forth if a pick is found. Taking a quick look at the vision, there's not a whole lot in the area of the dragon. There's a control ward coming through here for the side of Lit Club on that area towards the bot lane in that brush. They've also secured the Scuttle Crab and pushed a control ward a little bit past the river. But other than that, there's no vision to speak of for either side around the Drake. And
Yeah,
it's coming
Exalted Gaming holding onto their wards, waiting to approach here as Drake will be spawning soon. Lit Club Noir on the reset here. Udyr is going to be recalling as well, checking his gold. Boo-boo-boo-boo. That should be Jack Show, if my math is correct. There it is. That is very good for the Udyr here. The Jack Show Demonic Helm combo. He was already doing so much damage and taking none of it. And this will just make it even more impactful. Cartnaut looking for something here. Body slamming forward, throwing out some slows, frozen forever. Could be a little bit of a forward position right here as Edeconic has found an angle, going to be walking in, but it's going to get body slammed immediately. Moonlight Vigil will land, but does not do a whole lot to anyone here as now Jolts is going to be the target. It's going to get subjugated. Edeconic's in the front, but Hopium has found a really good engage, ulting themselves, but they are not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage as the follow-up is not good. Hopium will go down first as now Storm Bleach is going to get that kill. On the backside of the fight, silently charging forward to get onto the back line, as Andy the Legend will be going down on the front line as Edikotic burns him down inevitably. Jolts is looking to try and get onto Cardinal here. Cardinal looking to just dash away. The Fat Man will ride again unless he gets found, and Sword of the Bleach may have found him, but the slow is good enough, and Sword of the Bleach will realize it is not worth my time. What is worth my time is the Drake, as the first Cloud Drake of the game, and Soul Point goes over for Noir.
That was a very bizarre fight to me, Becky, and the reason why is because just about every major cooldown seemed to me not to do anything. I thought that there was a little bit of poke damage coming down, but we saw the explosive cast just got a little bit of a disposition for Obongo. It wasn't going to put him in harm's way. The Feather Storm didn't really block anything. That'll get something.
That will get something indeed. I type in chat, Lissandra is the sus imposter, and they do in fact get a kill, but now the burn from Ediconic is good. He is unstoppable right now, as Cardinal is going to be in the front, going to be throwing the explosive cast, but it's going to be picking out nobody there. The Raptor will go over to Spiritless, who pulls their feathers in and collects the gold on the way back. But yeah, just a pick for a pick, trading blow for blow here, but every blow for blow trade seems to always favor Noir.
They're just able to get more off of the back end of the trades. That's what it really feels like, and that's got a lot to do with the fact that they're just collecting their resources more effectively. I often say that this is one of the hallmarks of a team that is just superior, is that they collect their resources more effectively. It's a lot easier to change from not team fighting well to team fighting well, and from not playing macro well to playing macro well, than it is to transition from not collecting your resources well to collecting your resources well. It really takes a lot of wave management, a lot of understanding of what's going to happen next to be able to build up these advantages. And we can see that there's pretty big advantages in several roles right now for Lit Club. Ended up falling in game one because we got to the later stages of the game and ended up swinging back and forth, and they just weren't able to hold on against a strong pick comp. But this time around, they have put themselves in position, and game two as well, to just collect their resources, get big gold lead, and then use that to win game. And now Frozen Forever, despite not being the one with the kills, is going to solo kill Hopium just off of finding the poke and having more damage.
Yeah, and I think that point you made there about making sure you can collect your resources is something that has been impactful in both this game and the last. The fact that Noir was able to maintain a gold advantage despite all the deficits against them, despite everything possible working against them, it is very very misfortunate that Water are not finding things, and Storm the Bleach has in fact found their own demise in the enemy jungle. Sometimes as a support you get caught out while warding, and this is one of those times, and in fact that was actually a shutdown going over to the Zyra, who is rather massive in this game right now. We'll see what they can do with this gold in their pocket. Checking the gold advantage. Oh, they don't have one. Oh, okay, never mind. Yep. Putting that away, putting the gold lead away, the gold differential away. You know, I've just, all right. It's because of the towers. There are a lot of bounties on the board, around the edges of the map, the outer turrets.
There's
So yeah,
one.
there's
That's
one.
going
That's
out.
one bounty picked up. So that's a start. It begins here.
I do think that it's a good situation for Exalted Gaming, that a lot of the gold that they have currently is on Spiritless. Should be able to carry through some team fights. Going to be on 2 items here, 2.5 items, right at the same spot as Obongo. So that's kind of the matchup to keep your eye out for whenever the next Drake comes up. And we're already to Soul. Like, this is the time where you have to fight. I mean, Cloud Soul, probably one of the better souls in the realm for an Udyr, for a Scion, for a Victor particularly, and for an Aphelios. So that's 4 out of your 5 members getting good value out of the Dragon Soul if you pick it up as Lit Club. Here come the teleports. It's going to be a fight.
Yeah, as with all the rest of this game, Hopium Man's found a great angle here. They're going to claw in, but they're going to claw into the front line as Obongo is untouched. Frozen Forever has found a crazy flank, and I feel like I saw this before in the last game as they walk into a choke point, into their own demise. Spiritless is going to rip the feathers through, but the damage just is not there. And it is so tragic here that Exalted Gaming Water have found every bad possible fight that they can make. It's impressive even how often they make the same bad fight in these games, as the Drake Soul will get picked up. Exalted Gaming Water have to rethink their strategy as they approach these fights, because what they're doing right now is not working.
And Becky, that's not just any choke point. That is the same choke point that they lost last game in. They're going to have to work through that one, make sure that they can adapt and evolve throughout a series. But right now, they're in a very dire spot. They're going to have a hard time coming back. Down 7,000 gold, missing soul. And now Baron is the next call coming through here. With the prio over the pit and with all of the tools that they have to set up zone control, I think that this one should be just about taken for free by the side of Lit Club Esports Noir.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is definitely going to be an uphill battle for the side of that Exalted Gaming Water for them to come back into this, but not an impossible one if they can find some better fights. They can find some better picks. Because to be quite honest, this Lissandra has been charitably less than ideal. The plays that they've been finding are suboptimal, and they need to just be looking for those flanks onto those carries. Look to try and get the damage down onto Obongo or Frozen or Storm the Bleach, and Phoenix Flare is getting flared down by the Phoenix Storm from Udyr right now. Getting zoned out, chunked out right here as the Baron is going to get started. Phoenix Flare will just get poked away as Frozen Forever decides, I'm taking your life as forfeit. And now the Baron will get picked up very easily as Jolts is just aggressing on front. And now Noir has decided we're not going to reset. We are going to end your lifespan. Edaconic walks forward, gets a stun, but the rest of the team cannot respond. And now they're going to disperse, look to figure out where do we go next? Where do we start our siege? Where do we start our march towards match point in the quarterfinals?
Well, going to be chance to take the rest of these towers down outside of the base for sure. Going to be able to push through the mid lane as well, bringing in multiple waves right now. Bot lane being left alone for the time being. We'll see if they end up rotating into a 1-3-1. Right now they've kind of got a 2-2 set going, which is not a play that I've ever heard of before. But the roots coming through. Jolts is just tough to kill on the Scion.
Good flash. Good flash from Jolts there. It doesn't even matter because it was all just a bait the entire time, as Scion is actually indestructible, will eventually go down, but lived for so long that the rest of Noir has been able to arrive. Edaconic burning down. The lasers are poking as well. Frozen Forever claiming 2 kills. Zaya in the sky gets grounded by the burn from the Victor, as the burn from Edaconic blazes through the rest of Exalted Gaming Water. They are not even steam anymore. They are the fabric, the pieces, the molecules of vapor in the air that you cannot even notice. The humidity is at 0% in this game. The water is all gone. And Lit Club Noir are looking to claim Game 3 and match point for the series.
Well, the water's not all gone yet, Becky, because there is one more game yet to be played at the very least. But right now, it does seem that Lit Club has the answer for everything that Exalted Gaming wants to try. And with the back-to-back impressive performances coming through, especially from Frozen Forever on the Victor, gonna have to be some major changes coming in to the fourth game of the series if we are to be expecting a fifth.
Yeah, if we're to be expecting a fifth, they have to go back to the drawing board here. I don't think their early game plans are bad. They're doing well in the early game, and I don't think their drafts have been necessarily bad. A lot of it is just coming down to what I think is execution in these games. The fights they take, the angles they take are honestly just bizarre and don't really make a lot of sense. And they find themselves, rather than having Lit Club play into their game, they're playing exactly into Lit Club's hands in every single one of these fights, and they're getting punished for it time and time again. So I think more than anything, they need to sort of take a step back. They need to think about, what can we do? Where can we change how we're approaching these fights? What are some picks that we can change up to make these fights more advantageous for us? And maybe getting Hopium on something. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's a tough call. It's a tough call if you're Exalted Gaming Water. And I do not envy their coach, who is likely, scratching their head, crossing off every idea in their notebook, and they're just befuddled at what they can do next.
Need an assassin. Got to have something that can find flank angles, go for backline. I think that Hopium is probably the player to pilot an assassin. That's the direction I would go if I was their coach. With the way that they've played out the previous drafts, something like the Zed. I thought that Hopium didn't have a bad game. I thought that some of the Lissandra engages made a lot of sense. There just wasn't any follow-up. But it's difficult to execute a front-to-back team fight comp if you go into the enemy team and don't have any follow-up. So you're going to have to find result that's going to be different. I'm advocating for poke and assassinate, but it's not up to me. It's up to them. Hopefully they'll be able to keep themselves alive in these playoffs in game number 4, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, the pressure is on as Exalted Gaming Water's season is on the line here, and Noir has only got one game ahead of them before they can move into the semifinals. So we'll have to see who can make that final step. Will it get tied up? Will we go to Silver Scrapes, or will we see a 4-game series closed out by Noir? Stick around. We'll be in the draft after a quick break. So get some water, get some beverage, get some food, because this could end up being a 5-game series, and that's going to be something.
There's a girl in town, and words gone around, she's just fine. So I don't worry my head, 'cause I know her heart is tied to mine. The life that we live and the love that I give to her, each day it grows more and more, I'm sure it shows. Where is a bubbling fountain that flows into a sea, deeper than any ocean, for eternity.
Like someday I pray our love will always stay pure. While the world turns around, he holds me down for sure. Oh, our love
throbbing fountain that flows into the sea, deeper than any ocean for eternity.
We were born from night before there even was a dawn. So pure, so bright, falling from the skies above into our darkened fate. The time has come, walking through this world we bear the secret of our lives, the light we share. Caught in destiny we shine, for we are meant to be the star guardians. Gone in a flash before our time, up in the skies together. The vow we have made has kept us strong. Don't fade away, it's time to shine. Burning bright as we reach out for the same horizon. Burning brighter, we're running out of time, but chasing the light. Gone in a flash before our time, up in the skies together. The vow we have made has kept us strong. Don't fade away, it's time to shine. Burning bright as we reach out for the same horizon. Burning brighter, piercing through the dark, we burn on and on and on. The thought of us stuck in my mind. I long for the days when we were young. The sound in my heart, the light in your eyes. But now I drown in tears, I cry, yelling your name into the rain. Don't push me away, let's head for the sky. Gone in a flash before our time, up in the skies together. The vow we have made has kept us strong. Don't fade away, it's time to shine. Burning bright as we reach out for the same horizon. Burning brighter, we're running out of time, but chasing the light. Burning bright as we reach out for the same horizon.
Welcome back, everybody, here for Game 4 of our quarterfinal series between Exalted Gaming Water and Lit Club Esports. Noir, LCE up 2-1 on the series. Exalted Gaming need to win another one to pull it back around, and we're going to see what adaptations they can make in the draft, dropping 2 in a row, and it looks like the adaptation they make is putting the Udyr into the garbage bin. Keeping Edaconic off comfort seems to be their objective.
I might ban the Victor as well. I mean, just completely force the hand of Lit Club to change up the draft entirely. Or else I want to see Exalted change up their draft entirely. Maybe both need to happen here, but we'll see what they lock in. Sticking with that Anivia ban, Anivia similar function to Victor, and if that's the more comfortable champion, Frozen Forever may be an indicative name of what we can expect from that player.
Yes.
But the Victor's been good too, so gonna be hard to find a way to deal with either of those champions.
Yes, in solo queue, Frozen Forever has played 31 games of Victor. Second highest is the Victor, and number one highest at 56% win rate on 158 games is the Anivia. So not too surprising to see that get taken away. Frozen Forever is very effective at piloting that champion, playing unusually aggressive for an Anivia, finding so many angles, so many solo kills that you normally wouldn't see unless you have been in the tank as a frozen bird forever, right? So we'll see what they bring out. And this is going to be the VRS. Oh, good. All right, time to talk about VRS builds. Finally. I've been waiting all night. You know, as this is all I really care about, honestly, is what items VRS will build. So,
Well, always flexibility between lethality and the on-hit variety leaves Jinx up. I do like the choice to not straight lock in the Jinx for Exalted Gaming Water, because if you do that, then you're opening yourself up to the Kog'Maw, which they didn't ban this time. They needed to make room in their bans. So instead, they picked a champion that pretty much forces Lit Club Esports to go a different direction. That does mean, however, that they get their Jinx, and that was quite effective for both sides picking it up in Game 1 and Game 2. That means that Lit Club Esports are going to have a very similar feel about them to what we saw from Exalted in Game number 1.
yeah, and the Jarvan is actually left up this game, which I don't believe Lit Club has made available in any of these other games. I'm checking through the ban history. It was up last game, didn't get picked. But this game, it is also up, and it will get secured for Phoenix Flare in the jungle here. And now we're looking at a Karma here. And while you would expect to see that support on this patch with the Helia, Karma could return to the mid lane. I don't think it will, especially because all you're going to do is just allow Victor to free farm, as if he hasn't been doing that the rest of the series. But it is still a possibility. I don't think we'll see it, but I would like to have it just be known that it is an option in case it happens.
Karma Top's still out there as well. We'll see if any of that happens, but I'm expecting the focus to be around the bot side, and they actually are getting some of the poke champions like I wanted to see, so changing up that style. We'll see if they can win out on the early game pretty heavily in the bot lane. That's pretty important when you lock in this far as Karma. And now I'm also curious to see if they're going to follow the rest of my idea of trying to lock in an assassin on R4 B4, B5. They have the knowledge of what it's going to be into if it is in the mid lane. Could be actually, you know what assassin I like with Jarvan is Kiana. Kiana definitely has a lot of good synergy with Jarvan. Been a while since I've seen any competitive Kiana, but I think that with the way that we've been seeing Exalted play throughout the series, they do want to put a lot of focus around Hopium, so that's kind of the area that I'm looking towards. Still a lot of different options.
Yeah, and we're going to see Exalted Gaming Water decide to ban away the Zyra. Despite how funky the champion is, it was absolutely countering their play style, even just how they were less so how they were, drafting, and more so how they were piloting their champions, like you said during the draft in the previous game. So that will be a Blitzcrank locked in for Storm the Bleach. A decent pickup into a heavy shield champion like the Karma, because the Blitzcrank ultimate does in fact pop those shields instantly. So it'll be a nice tool to have in this bot lane, especially Varus as well, as a pretty juicy target to land a rocket grab onto. But, there's plenty here still available here for Exalted Gaming Water, as they're going to... Galio. Interesting.
Are they going to lock in Camille too? The classic trio of Jarvan, Galio, Camille.
Yeah, their goal, put Obongo in a box. And honestly, I don't think that's even a bad idea.
Yeah, put him in a box and then put him in a box. That's
put
what
him
they're looking for.
Yes. several boxes. No,
Several
we're
boxes.
okay. The Yone will likely be going into the top lane. I doubt we'll see Galio top. It's not impossible. Although, actually, now that I think about it, there's a lot of possibility for Exalted Gaming to outplay not just us, but Lit Club with their flexing here. Because there are plenty of... These are some interesting champions. They've assembled a composition I find very fascinating. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, you know, you vote at home whether you think how you think I actually feel about this. But Lit Club will close it out with the Darius, trying to predict the Yone going up there rather than the Karma or the Galio. But again, we'll have to see what happens.
The resemblance of this Game 4 Lit Club draft to the Game 1 Exalted Gaming draft is striking. They have an engaged jungler, 2 hook champs, an AP threat, and Jinx. That's just the same formula that Exalted used to win Game 1. Now, Exalted have a much different approach than they have throughout the rest of the series. I will say that Galio is a classic Blitzcrank answer. You can just kind of nullify his hook potential by when you see it coming out, you just start up your Justice Punch, and then if you get hit by the hook, then you just go right back out of it. So I would like to see Karma top, Galio support, and Yone mid. But we'll see what the lane assignments end up being. Like you said, there's a lot of flexibility within the draft. And at the end of the day, they are a little bit physical damage skewed, with that being somewhat mitigated by the fact that the AD carries now do magic damage as well, which is kind of jank IMO, but that's up to Riot, I guess. That being said, I think that building some degree of armor for a lot of the front line of Lit Club is going to be an option. And if they can be the same wall of destruction that cannot be killed as we saw it from Exalted Gaming in the first game, then they're going to have a great chance of winning this game and thus this series.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can win this series here. It's all on the line. It's always on the line. Every game. This one, not quite for all the beans in the can because Exalted Gaming Water could bring us to Game 5. But for Lit Club, this is where they can close out the series, dust their hands off, and go to a not-so-late evening rest for themselves. But for us, we are not. There is no time to rest because we are going to be... I'm already throwing us to a break. We haven't even... I forgot that we were waiting on the support, but that's okay. It's all right. We can still go to break. I think that this is, looking at these comps, is going to be exciting. I hope we see some skirmishes. I hope we see some bloody battles. And I think we're going to get a very similar level to what we saw in the previous game. So we're going to go for a medium break here as we wait for the spectator delay and the players to return from their business elsewhere. So stick around, go ahead, take a little bit of time, use the bathroom, stretch, grab something for yourself to truly enjoy League of Legends here tonight on Victorious with the Victorious Rivals series. We'll be back after a break.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold in the fight.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it. I'm alone, only know myself no more. Take it to the grave, I'll ghost. I know I can be so cold. In the dark, where I like to keep my heart. No more bite, no bark. Like to catch you way off guard. I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die. Type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head. Do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. Straight up villain, straight up villain. Yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. I'm alive, but I'm dead. Hear my voice up in your head. Watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Is it really a surprise if I'm playing with your mind and I treat you like a prize? Then I throw you to the side. And am I really that bad if I love to make you mad and get happy when you're sad? Only care about a bad in control. That's how I like it, and I'm never letting go. No, never had a soul, so you ain't taking nothing from me when you go. No, I'll stay so deep inside your brain and take you somewhere far away. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die, type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head, do just what I said. I'm a straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling, straight up villain, yeah, no feeling, yeah, no feeling. But I'm dead, you know what's up in your head, watch it fill you full of dread till you go. Bang, bang, you can do anything, no fear, no pain, listen to your brain, go stupid, go dumb, go stupid, and then we go insane, just do what I say, follow me, I like the way. Time to roll the dice, you know I'm the type to risk my life, not afraid to die, type to make you cry, type to put a price all up on your head.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back onto the Rift for Game 4 of this quarterfinal series between Exalted Gaming Water and Lit Club Esports Noir. Match point for Noir as they are up 2-1. Exalted Gaming Water got to win this game to stay alive in the playoffs. So, it's been a while. You know, there was a longer break than they usually go. So, looking at these compositions again, kind of fascinating. The composition Exalted Gaming Water put together. We talked a little bit about potential flexibility with these champions, but it turns out everything is as expected across the board. So, a little disappointing, but that's all right.
The disappointment for me isn't in the fact that it's champions where we expect to see them. It's in the fact that I don't think it's the optimal positions for them. I think that getting the Yone into Victor matchup would be a lot more exciting. I think Galio's a good response to Blitzcrank, as I mentioned before. And then having Karma top is a great neutralizer for Darius. Now the top lane seems pretty volatile, and I think that with the way that the top lane matchup has been playing out, Jolts might have the opportunity to be the big carry here and bring LCE to the semifinals.
Yeah, Jolts had a pretty solid, a reasonable performance on the Casio despite the really rough matchup in the early game, and then got put on tank duty for a couple games. But now, Noir has given him the keys to potentially put in a carry performance in the top lane. Love to see if he can do it. On the rest of the map, though, we have this Karma here, and Karma is very interesting on this patch because of all the support item changes. If anybody benefits from the Athene's Unholy Grail, Helia, if anybody benefits from Helia, it is Karma, who was one of the best users of Athene's historically. So the fact that she can now opt into that item, a big healing item, a big damage boosting item, then can go potentially into Mandate or other similar options, really put the pressure on, layer the pain on these fights. And on top side of the map, we actually have Frozen Forever getting caught by a gank, but will be walking away as Edeconic's going to be brawling 1v2 right here. Jolts is ghosting down. Maybe going to find a bit of a surprise right here as Edeconic's going to flash forward, going to get a slowdown on the Phoenix player who will have to flash away, and Hopium will get lasered down. Frozen Forever, after 3 games of getting focused, gets his vengeance.
Finally got some teammates to help him out, and that's all you need. Jolt's going to be able to set that one up. Sacrificing a little bit of farm in the early game, but I think it's going to be worth it. Frozen Forever now in a position where this lane should be pretty easy to continue playing out. Galio not the squishiest of champions, especially against magic damage, maybe the least squishy of champions, but can still get a little bit of poke down, should be able to get a lot of trades for free. That one, Hopium, is playing out pretty well, but recalling now should be up in the items, and that will be a pretty big difference maker.
Boo. Boo. Phoenix Flare walking up, going, and smiting away the Raptor. Well, this is a depressing jungler moment. And now depressing moments are for Cartana. Ooh, Jolts. Doesn't quite connect that hook onto Cartana. No flashes having to be blown by the top laner of Exalted Gaming as Cartana walks away from that potentially brutal death that he was about to experience. Stays
Yeah.
alive, keeps his flash.
If all of the lanes end up falling behind here, then that's going to be a big problem. Storm to Bleach finding a hook.
Yep, that's dead. That's a death right there, unless Obongo can't quite get in range. And Andy the Legend is now going to be the target right here as the heal's going to go down. The Ignite is going to tick onto Obongo, but will not be enough damage. A very destructive trade for the side of Exalted Gaming, although Obongo is going to have to chug some potions. Spiritless has none in the tank and will be a very much gonna have to recall at some point here and take and disadvantageous back. And now a second verse, same as the first, or whatever verse this is in terms of ganks right here, but Frozen Forever dropping the field in the right place at the right time, dissuading any further assault, except he has stepped forward. Now gonna have to trade flashes here as the slow is gonna land, and Phoenix Flare's just gonna try and get the auto attacks down, but the damage is not enough. Hopium's gonna flash in, but trade his life for it. Was it worth it? Edaconic gets the double kill in the mid lane as Exalted Gaming perhaps being a little desperate right now.
Trying to find any sort of advantages that they can get, but the advantages are turning sour as the re-engage comes through. Storm to Bleach with a great timing on the roam. Gonna look for Prio over this first Drake. As we've seen all throughout this series from Lit Club Esports Noir, they've been able to do a good job controlling those. Still a little bit early. They usually wait until about 7.5 minutes. And I only know that because they've been that consistent throughout this series. It's not like I've been watching a lot of them before, but they have definitely shown that they come in with a game plan and they tend to execute on it. We'll see if they can close out this series with that game plan working once more.
Yeah, we'll see if the game plan does work. It has worked in the past. It has worked in other leagues. And Noir looking to see if they can make it work here. And it has worked, of course, in these past couple games. You know, looking for those Drakes at around the same time as they typically do. But there's no real good response from the side of Exalted Gaming. You know, why change what works if they aren't going to punish you for it? So for the side of Exalted Gaming, they are a little bit behind here in the early game, which is definitely not ideal, but still not the end of the world, as there is plenty of game left to be played, plenty of fights left to be had, and we're still going to be waiting on the scaling from our carries in the Yone, in the VRS. We'll see, you know, who can really perform here on Exalted Gaming, if they can get that done, and most importantly, once again, what will VRS build? You know, this is the question we're always asking. At least I'm always asking. I'm always asking how Edaconic is going to get into this fight. He's going to jump forward, throw out that Glacial Prison, locking down the spiritless Varus, who is just going to go down here, as now Frozen Forever is potentially going to trade into Hopium and get the solo bolo, but Phoenix Flare has arrived. He's going to get the slam dunk in, and so Frozen will, in fact, trade that back, as Hopium was rather low HP taking that fight to start, and will just be going down there. Now Varus, Rage Knife, Ginsu's, ooh boy.
Yeah, gonna be that on-hit Varus build, as we often see. Needs something on that team to be able to take down the Jinx, the Sejuani, the Darius, and the Blitzcrank. Need something to take down the Jinx too. So let me be clear about that. But the Varus is not the man tasked with that. That will be up to Cartana's Yone. We'll see if that ends up becoming an option here. Doing a good job of at least staying even on the CS so far this time around. We've seen CS leads developing towards the favor of Lit Club Esports throughout a lot of the early stages of the previous games. They're still getting a little bit in the mid and bot lane, but top lane pretty even starting to favor Cartana.
Yeah, Jolts is going to get picked out here, gets rooted up by Andy the Legend, and knocked up. The fate is sealed for Jolts for certain in the top lane, as the Ghost will get popped, but that is a-okay. The Herald will get picked up by Phoenix Flare, though, so that's going to be an influx of gold that will be inevitable for them, so they can look to put that potentially into the VRS, into Cardinal in the top lane, just to get some kind of gold advantage in their pockets, because they will definitely need it in this game. Galio sitting near bot side here, looking potentially for an ultimate, but none really shows itself, so he'll have to walk back into the mid lane to catch this minion wave. And Victor, looking at the evolves here, Victor does already have the E-evolve. He is pretty close to his next evolve as well, 12 off of that. So that is going to be huge for Frozen if he can get that pretty soon, especially before this next Drake. It'll almost certainly be done. Now, Storm the Bleach has found an opportunity here. He's going to walk at the Varus, walk at the Karma, knock him up, blow him up. Hook does not land. Zap does. But now Spiritless actually could be getting a lot of damage right now. Storm the Bleach is going to have to dodge out from the piercing arrow. Does not get the marks blown up on him. Now Frozen Forever, gonna get the stun down, gonna get some damage down, does have the Chaos Storm, but is holding on to it as long as possible, looking to wait to cancel some abilities from the Galio, and Phoenix Flare is gonna be arriving soon. Aftershock is gonna go down, Phoenix Flare is gonna just put the slam dunk, put the pain into Frozen, as Hopium stays alive in that fight. Now on the bot side, Spiritless is just going to be firing out some attacks, and the Legend trying to keep some pressure onto Obongo, prevent any further assault. But, yeah, Herald's going to get dropped mid, and that is going to be something else.
Exalted Gaming Water doing a good job of stabilizing throughout this mid game. Well, still kind of the early game, but going into the mid game anyways. Evening up the gold, the kill counts. To see if Jolts is going to have something to say about that here in the 1v1.
Yeah, Fate Sealed is going to go out, going to get flashed by Jolts, who will stay safe, and Cardinal as well. Probably did not want to tussle any longer there with the 5 bleed marks on him. Health pretty even across both these top laners, but no summoner spells available for Jolts. It means Cardinal has a bit of an advantage here if he can get a bit more damage down, get Jolts into a lethal position. That aside, we have a couple minutes left on this next Drake, 3 on the Herald, so we've got quite a bit of time before we can really expect to see some action, as the gold is dead even across the board.
It's dead even between the teams, but it's not evenly distributed between the different players. Frozen Forever with a pretty sizable lead in the mid lane, almost 1,000. Almost 1,000 for Kartana in the top lane, having gotten that solo kill. Jungle's bot lane support pretty close. So that's kind of the state of things right now. It's Kartana with an opportunity to try to go for the outplays, looking to actually cancel the recall. Going to be scary enough that Jolt's going to step away from that one and actually have to stay in the lane.
Frozen Forever going to get fought into the mid lane once again. Seen this one before. It's good. It's fun. It's good every time, you know. Just keep jumping on to the victor. Surely this is the game. It will work out for you in the end. They're sticking to this game plan of targeting Frozen Forever, but the last couple games, it hasn't really mattered, and I'm not sure if it's going to matter this one as well. So, you know, especially because Galio is less of a carry than they had previously, and Jarvan's not exactly using that gold very well. But Hopium is going to be fighting Edaconic in the mid lane, or rather, maybe Edaconic's going to be fighting Hopium. Stun gets thrown out, but no further damage needed. Eda is just collecting that wave for his mid laner, who is on 2 evolves right now. So we'll have that for the Drake.
That was pretty cheeky. It wasn't like that he was able to get any threat of a kill or anything, but I do think that it stopped Hopium from being able to take the cannon. So it's the little things, you know. That's part of the resource collection game, is denying the opponent resources. So whenever you can do that, it generates a little bit of effective gold value for your team. Going into the Drake, we haven't seen either side get extremely well set up here, but we do see the first move towards the river coming from the side of Exalted Gaming. Looks like they will be contested here. We'll see if Storm the Bleach can set anything up with a good hook.
Okay, the Drake will go over to Phoenix Flare, but now Exalted Gaming have to get out of here. Flashes will be traded by the support and the AD carry, as Storm the Bleach not able to find that hook. Will get the flash though. That's all right. You take those. Stormrazor is completed on the Jinx Obongo. Feeling happy about that. Meanwhile, Varus, still sitting on that Rage Knife, has a bit of gold in pocket. I will say I do not really know the gold thresholds for the new Ginsus, so I do not know if he has it on recall. I think he's still a little off if I had to fathom a guess. Now Jolts is arriving into the mid lane, knowing that Frozen Forever is the juiciest target in the world, providing some cover for his mid lane brother. And now Ida's in the bot lane, going to be looking to stun up Andy the Legend. Hook goes wide as the Chains of the Corruption stop the gank from happening, but a dive is going to be in the cards here. But the Gallia ulti is going to respond, is going to knock up 3. Heal's going to come out, is going to keep Storm the Bleach alive with just barely any HP. And now the siege will actually continue for Noir, as the HP bars are far too low to even consider tussling with Obongo in this lane. A good ultimate from Hopium, but the damage just wasn't enough. And first turret will go to Obongo and Noir.
That's a pretty big win for Lit Club. They're going to trade it in the end for a Rift Herald, so the response is still solid on the other side for Exalted Gaming. But they have to use the Rift Herald well, or else they fell behind on that play, because they also allowed Frozen Forever to push the wave in, get a further advantage in the 1v1 mid, try to do some damage to the tower as well. Even though it didn't fall, it is going to fall pretty soon, and that is going to be even more gold going the way of Lit Club Esports. So they're going to have to respond by taking a tower, potentially here in the top side.
Yeah, we could have a dive right here. Cardinal's going to be using the Unsealed Soul a little bit too early right now, as Phoenix Flare is going to get stunned up under the turret, which was furious right there, and just taken down. Frozen Forever collecting that little paycheck for himself off of that TP. Now we have the gate being taken by Obongo. No response as he arrived in. Just very proud of himself, prepared for danger. Varus has completed the Ginsus on the bot side, which is good. The first item for the Yone will actually be the Bork, which is kind of strange, but I suppose it might be okay. I'm not a Yone player. I have self-respect, so I can't say whether or not I agree with the purchase. I've not run the numbers. I've not crunched them. Blue turret destroyed. That is just going to be another turret picked up for Noir. The gold continues to be picked up as these objectives are collected. The next major one will be this third Drake, which is going to be the second for one of these teams. The first Hex Tech on the board. That's going to be another minute 30 until we see that. Herald's getting dropped mid.
I do like the Hex Tech map. That's always a lot of fun, to just be able to go straight out through the portals onto the Rift. Well, they must have changed this. Apparently, Shelly no longer charges if the tower is gone. Was that the case before? Oh, Hook gonna land?
Oh, Hook will land, but it will not be followed up at all. Karma can just help her team skedaddle out of that situation, slamming the buttons, getting everybody fast, and getting everybody to safety there. So yeah, Herald will pick up 2 turrets in the mid lane. That was some pretty big value out of the secondary Herald. Typically do not see that with second Herald. So always happy to be that if you're the team with the Herald. But again, the gold is still even between these two teams.
Yep, that brings the gold back closer. So good value being gained there, as you said. Map pressure as well with the next Drake coming up. I think that the priority on the Drakes is actually going to fall, because I think that as far as the Hex Tech soul goes, the later that you get into the game, the harder that it is to get all the value out of it. I still think that either side would want to have it, but you have to get the next 3 Drakes in a row to be really maxing out your potential with it. So
Mhm.
it looks like both sides still are not hesitating to fight for it.
Phoenix Flare is going to get blown up after getting hooked right now. Cardinal's going to be next on the docket. He's going to have to go back to his soul, but his soul has already been rendered plenty dead.
Look at
Ulti will
Bongo.
crash into the melee range Hopium. The zap will zip into Andy the Legend, and now walking away from this fight, the rest of his team getting blown to smithereens. Spiritless is teamless, and this dragon will go to Noir.
Obongo popping off with the triple kill on the Jinx, going to be able to set up the team for success. Second Drake goes over to Lit Club Esports Noir. They've got a map advantage. No Baron just yet. 15 more seconds. That's going to be enough for all the respawns to come through, so won't turn into that unless Edaconic finds Phoenix Flare.
Yeah, will Edaconic find Phoenix Flare here? Will Phoenix Flare find Edaconic? We'll have to see. Who's ganking who is always the question in jungle skirmishes. Who is caught? Who really is caught? You always have to ask yourself these questions. It's very philosophical, you know, and that's just life sometimes. But what is life is I see that Andy the Legend has built the Shirelia's snore. I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Need more speed to deal with the fact that Jinx can get excited, I guess, and that Darius can ghost.
Yeah,
But
I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair, but like, come on, it's so good. It's so good. Do you not play with the Theeds? The Theeds was Karma's best item. Come on. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Anyways, Jolt is finding quite a bit of damage onto, well, taking quite a bit of damage from Cardinal in the top lane, but no real not really getting threatened with lethal right here, as he does have the Jack Show in this top lane matchup. We thought that Jolt was going to be playing a carry. Nope. Pepperoni secret. He's actually playing a tank. It just is a tank with a big axe. Cardinal is going to be looking to engage on the Edaconic right now as the Cataclysm is useless. The ulti from the Sejuani will stop Phoenix Flare in his tracks as now Obongo has arrived to the fight, but Hopium has as well. And in the back, Frozen Forever has sent Cartna to the abyss and now is going to be on the backside, going to be in the front lines. The front line victor is more than enough when the rest of the team has the power to support him. He may go down, but his team stands strong. And Andy the Legend and Spiritless are going to have to walk away from this one as the the Baron will be going over to Noir.
And it seems like we've found the hill that Exalted Gaming are ready to die on, and it's fighting in a choke point. They've done it again.
Yeah, they've done it once again. They've found a choke point to fight in, and they have once again lost it. It is just unfortunate to see that if you are an Exalted Gaming Water supporter, but there still is plenty of game left to be played. It is never over until the Nexus explodes. Never give up, never surrender. Believe in the power of friendship, and we will stay strong. Or at the very least, believe in on-hit VRS, because perhaps that is your only win condition at this point.
Gonna be a well, I think that what they would want to believe in is actually Yone, because Kartana is still ahead in the matchup, but gonna be difficult either way. At this point, we see that Obongo just keeps being allowed to get the resets for free, and we see that the picks are continuing to come through in favor of Lit Club. We'll see if they can push forward with their Baron. In the past, they've had some difficulties in certain games being able to close out, but as the series has progressed, it feels like that's less and less the case. And we're just gonna get a quick one shot from Frozen Forever. Nicely done there. Looking for another pick.
Bye. That's revenge for getting camped for the past 18 games, you know? That's Frozen Forever getting the moment he's been waiting for this entire series. Just in full control of himself, in full control of the enemies. No longer afraid of getting ganked by 18 people. The number 18 just on my mind today. You know, 17 players all in the mid lane and all of them trying to kill Victor. He's happy He's thriving. He is unbothered this game, and he is showcasing what he's really capable of doing.
And now the Baron buff siege continues. Another minute left, and Hopium gonna try to go in.
I'm trying to blow my nose right now, and Hopi is trying to blow this game wide open. Perhaps blow any sort of advantage they could have had. The ulti is going to get interrupted by Storm the Bleach, and now Obonga is going to get his first reset of the fight as Spiritless is going to get burned down. He's going to get Super Mega Death Rocketed, and Cardinal is going to just try and finish off Obonga, and he will. But what is it going to cost you? It's going to cost you your own life for certain. And now Andy the Legend, the last man on record, the last man standing for Exalted Gaming Water, has to just watch as his Nexus, as his inhibitor turret is going to get blasted here, and the inhibitor is going to go down for certain. It's not going to be the end of the game quite yet, but with the Drake coming up, that's going to be soul point for Noir, and the game could be going to pieces.
Good measured advance there, able to get the inhib and immediately make the call to reset, go to Drake. This is contestable, I do believe, so there would be an opportunity if there was a thought that a fight could be winning, and I honestly don't think that it's going to be any better of a situation going forward, so I might as well try, is my analysis, but at the same time, just making the decision to try to get maybe a few more items, try to make a team fighting situation where there's some different variable in play. I suppose that's a respectable path forward for Exalted Gaming, but getting one shot.
Oh my god, Cardinal is just going to get blasted there once again by Frozen Forever on this Victor. All this gold lead, these items, these evolutions on this Victor. This is in fact Victor from Arcane with Jinx from Arcane, and I'm pogging thinking about it. I'm going crazy, much like Obongo is going crazy this game, firing these rockets, firing this damage, and now it is going to be 4v5 as the siege continues here. Phoenix Flare thinking about taking an engage, but doesn't commit to it, does not have any backup as VRS is nowhere near the potential fight. No summoner spells are up, and now the Nexus turrets are on the menu. Super minions are going to be crashing into it. Obongo's firing rocket after rocket, but not nearly enough damage to clear the turret, to crack it down. Now Phoenix Flare is looking for an engage. He's going to get stopped by either Conic. Frozen Forever is going to obliterate. Karma on the back line is going to get obliterated himself. But once again, what does it cost? As Obongo is getting excited in this fight, he's going to be blasting down. Hopium going to be blasting down Phoenix Flare, who is right on top of him, but it does not even matter. The Super Mega Death Rocket will blow up in melee range, and it is the end of the game, the end of the series, the end of playoffs for Exalted Gaming Water, as Noir have finally hit their stride, and they are striding themselves into semifinals here in the Victorious Rivals Series.
Shout out to Arcane Season 2, but I think that going back in my memory, it's hard to remember what all led to the fact that Lit Club weren't able to come out on top in game number 1, because as the series has gone on, they've looked more and more convincing as a team, and I think that adaptability throughout the series is what really played to their advantage, and that's what you need to have going into these best of fives, going into the playoffs. So I think they'll be in a very good position going forward. A valiant effort here from Exalted Gaming Water, but not going to be quite enough. They will bow out in the quarterfinals after winning but a single game. They ended up falling behind a little bit too much in the mid games, and they ended up in a spot where they just couldn't keep up with the resource collection, which is what I thought played a big part in their downfall, and they kept on fighting in the choke points. So I think that some things that they can work on in the off season and develop themselves further as a team. Obviously, they were one of the better teams in the league, being able to just make the quarterfinals, but obviously that's not the goal for any of the teams, so hopefully they can work on that in the off season.
Yeah, hopefully they can work on it, you know. figure out where they went wrong, really go back to the drawing board. I think that they're definitely, you can tell that these players are very proficient. They're not bad players. They just had some bad decision making during the games. And sometimes, that kind of thing is what matters. Because at the end of the day, when you're looking at what went wrong, you can review any sort of part of the game. But at the end of the day, at least for them, drafts, I don't think, were an issue, right? So that wasn't necessarily a concern. But if you out there, yes, if you think drafts are your issue in your games, I've got some news for you. All right. We here at Victorious, as always, are excited to be partnering with the amazing folks at procomps.gg, bringing this split to the next level. If you do not know what it is, Procomps is a powerful drafting tool for League of Legends players to provide a competitive edge before the game even starts. You probably remember plenty of times where you lost your game in Champ Select. And so ProComps, they've provided you with this tool, this great product to help you improve your drafting skills. With ProComps, you can find the best champions to play at any point during the draft, review your team's strengths and weaknesses, and get many other crucial insights regarding team compositions. After the draft, you can check the summary page ProComps provides and see which lanes you should focus on in the early game and understand the objectives and priorities. ProComps is even integrated into ProDraft, so you can easily use it during your scrims. ProComps are also now on Overwolf and 100% free, no money. It's all for you, baby. Be sure to check out ProComps today to give yourself a competitive advantage before your game even begins. That is procomps.gg, PROCOMPS.gg, or exclamation point ProComps in chat. Once again, thanks to our partners at ProCompsGG for enabling us to provide such a great tournament. And yeah, that's about it for today. Thank you all for watching. It has been wonderful being here tonight with you, Tiger. It was a great cast. It was a great time. I enjoyed this series. It was very exciting.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I look forward to coming back to Victorious in the future for some more casting. Always some good matchups coming through here. And I think that tonight definitely fits amongst that group. Had some back and forth in games 1 and 2, but we got a deserving victor coming through after games 3 and 4 were looking much more one-sided in favor of Lit. Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to keep that up going into the semifinals, but it only gets harder from here on out, so hopefully the next couple of weeks continue to perform, continue to be one of these top teams in VRS.
Yeah, and we actually have the results of the rest of our series already here. So those of you who are keeping track at home, PF Goblins from Group D are moving on to the semifinals, where they will face up against no? Huh. Wait a second. Oh, what's going on? Oh, the Dorado match is not actually finished. Bing Chiller's Hard Hat will excuse me. PF Goblins will face either words. Queens Gambit Bishop's White or Dorado Gaming Gamma in the semifinals on the top side of the bracket. And on the bottom side of the bracket, we will have Bing Chiller's Hard Hat going up against Noir, both teams from Group C squaring off against each other once again. So we'll see who will move on to the finals from there, but that is a matter of next week. And this week has concluded. So thank you all for watching. Thank you for tuning in this evening. As always, much appreciated. Thank you for the support. And have a wonderful evening and a wonderful weekend going forward. Thank you for watching.
I can hear the sound of a heartbeat before it goes out. Won't never leave my memory of bloodshed all around. I can see a tear on my father's face before it falls out. Oh, my enemy, how could I have ever let you down? When all these traits ours grow, cut our teeth and make our bones right here. We play with shields share our dreams and sit our thrones, be still. 'Cause I see smoke up ahead, and I got steel in my hands. We return like warriors, I swear that we'll find glory up ahead. Tell me, where is my home? I don't recognize the faces anymore. No, where is my friend? The one I've known since I was only just a kid. I think it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye.